What's going on, everyone? Happy Friday the 13th. Hope everyone is doing well today. Shout out OG from yesterday. Was a good talk. Look to chop it up more today as well. Sean, as always, my boy Vazen as well. Anyone else that's going to look to soon come. We're going to look to make an appendix to the anti-cosmic voidism set of series that Shangael has started up on his channel. And we have a particular subset of a level, you can say, that we wanted to include. But also, if you remember from last time, I kind of mentioned it from the end of last stream. We started from the most kind of base human level, and then we worked our way up to the cosmic level. Today, from how I see it, we are going to plan to kind of do it in reverse from the look of it. So I just sent the link to them just a moment ago. I've been running around, but Shangael and Mark should look to be here in a moment, and we'll look to chop it up and go through some of these different scales of realities and how with each different scale, you can look at different solutions for how things could, be better than what it is right now. So it's always a great talking with the both of them. Shangael said he's going to be here in a moment. Mark should be here in a moment as well. So we'll give them a moment here and everything. But like I mentioned from the past stream, if anyone has any media suggestions, I'm still working on doing the timestamps and shit. Any type of suggestions for any, other mythos to, movies, TV series that you would want to get into. Because I'm going to do another one. Rita told me a few, and there was somebody that from the past stream that gave me some recommendations that I'm going to look into at a later point. And for something else I can look to talk about, I was going to mention, so the thing with StreamYard, I'm not trying to pay if I don't have to pay. And I checked my the cap that I have before I have to, be billed. And I had to let Shangael and Mark know, because we can be yapping all day. But I got like 4.5 hours starting with this stream and anything else that I do until like April 7th. So I'm going to have to definitely push back the mental health psyop until sometime after April 7th, because who knows how long this can go. The last stream went fucking over 4 hours. And so kind of have to be a bit more intentional with that time. So I just wanted to mention that with the time we still have here. And so for the other stream too that we're planning to do with Against Life 1000 and JC talking about assistant means with euthanasia, any form to that relevancy. Depending on how this one goes for the length, we may have to extend that for another time as well, because I just want to make sure we have that proper space, because they're doing a lot. That's been always a topic with this antinatalist, Efilism conversation, kind of with promortalism, basically with the to be or not to be. Of course, it implies whether or not to procreate, but you're talking about yourself a lot of ways with that to be or not to be. And ideally speaking, we know, this is a fucked up reality. And so for anyone that would want to gracefully exit in that way, there should be that outlet. And for JC and Against Life looking to have a drive, they have a lot of ambition towards that type of goal. Again, I just want to give them the proper space. So depending on how long this one goes, I may have to extend that one for later at the back end of next month. Not necessarily the back end, but sometime next month, because it's probably going to be more than an hour or something. And I want to be sure I give them the proper time to say their different layouts for what they're about. But yeah, let me share my screen. We're gonna look into the different levels of the scales of reality that we're gonna kind of talk on here in a moment. So let me try to pull this up on another. How are you doing, Mark?
Yo, listen. How are you?
Good, bro.
Dude, sorry about the lateness. Um my body is being retarded today. So yeah, that's been really fucking weird. Like I was gonna fucking faint earlier. It's like I don't know what the fuck is happening with that shit.
Nah,
Just
bro.
standing in
You
the kitchen, doing dinner, and I felt like I was about to fucking faint. That was weird. Weird as fuck. I never had that happen to me before.
damn, bro. You all right though? Sorry to hear that
I
shit.
hope so. No, it's fine. I mean, I'm still here, but it's kind of fucking weird. Like it happened out of the blue. I think maybe because I was moving too fast.
Okay.
Could
Wow.
be.
Damn. Well, I'm glad you're here, bro.
Yeah,
Because
likewise.
yeah, for you to be here means okay, you good enough.
Uh,
Clearly. So
oh, you
uh,
have started live already?
yeah, just about 5 minutes in or so.
Oh shit.
Nah, you good, you good. Shangael will be here in a moment, and we'll get it started. I was just saying certain news and stuff so far because with the StreamYard, they have I think it's like 20 hours or some shit every month,
Mm-hmm.
and I checked my cap right now, and I'm at like 4.5 hours, give or take. And so, like we were planning to do the feature stream with Against Life and JC, depending on how long this one goes, because I need to space out at least an hour and a half for that. You know what I mean? So again, depending on how long this one goes, I may have to, you know what I mean? It's until April 7th. So after April 7th, we may have to, and that's good too, because we've been, all of us have been busy and shit. So we may plan it for next month, depending again, because the last one and all these streams is like at least 3 hours, and so just want to
Yeah,
give that the proper
completely
time.
understandable. Yeah, makes sense to me. So like you only have like 4 hours left for a stream, or is it just
Yeah, for the
for
month,
this stream, or just in general? Oh,
just
for
in
the
general.
month. Okay, okay,
Yeah,
okay. Gotcha.
yeah. So it could
Wow,
still
we
happen.
went
Well,
we
wait,
went
wait,
through
wait.
those hours.
Oh man, I don't,
Jeez.
I don't even think like hard about it. Um, but I keep
Wow.
forgetting. Yeah, they cap your ass. They will, and so but I might pay for it. We'll see. We'll see. It's not, it's
Gotcha,
like
gotcha.
some shit. We'll go to that when we go to that. I'm trying to share my screen of the let's see if you guys are able to see it. Let's see if I'm able to extend that. Yeah, that's not bad. You can see it pretty well, right? Are you
On
are
my
you able to
part.
hear me?
Okay, there it is. I can see it.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not able to still see the am I able to yeah, I don't want to zoom out like that. I just want to Shangael will call me if he when he's on because I wanted to zoom it in so it's easier to see too for the
Yeah, I was gonna say that might maybe enlarge it a little bit.
yeah for
Let's
sure.
get
From here I don't
yeah.
think I can. Cool.
Oh, that's perfect. Great.
So yeah, I just wanted to kind of go over the structure for how we're gonna go about this talk. Um, so last time we really hit on initially starting from 13, making our way up, and I think it will be a nice kind of perspective to change it, kind of flip it on its head and start from the voidism with number one and working our way to back down since it is going that way numerically.
Yeah,
Uh,
and I think it makes more sense that way anyway.
yeah, for whatever reason, the past one from before that we did with Shangael, I was like, let's start on the most kind of, and so it was cool. But yeah, definitely this time around, we will work our way from number one down with voidism. Then getting into the anti-cosmic with the chaos, because before any cosmic, with the chaos, is kind of similar, like possibility. For any cosmic realm to be a thing, you have to have the potential, and that's what chaos is this contained potentiality in many respects. You can't you can't really name it in a sense too, because it's really nothing. So we're going to talk about that, and then from there, once the chaos kind of divides out, then you have some form of existence, and it's kind of like a, how can I say? I think of it like you trying to stomp on a bug before it procreates or some shit. So like how he put for Shangael number 3, no persistent existence. You trying to nip it at the bud.
Right. Like get that abortion immediately. Cosmic abortion.
Exactly. And so for whatever level that is, we that's that mentality there. And then number 4, destroy persistent existence as soon as possible. So it's very similar to number 3, but it's more intense, clearly, given that it's its own point and level. And so for a lot of these ones initially, before we get into maybe number 6 down, I know, but like, this is why I've just been very fortunate to connect more with you and Shangael, because he's all about going as high up as you can,
Yeah.
And so for those 1 through 5, I'm really going to depend on hearing a lot of the insight that he has to share, especially given now that we're focusing on the top and then down. So yeah, I'm very much so looking forward to when he comes here in a moment. But yeah, number 4 is, again, destroying persistent existence as soon as possible with direct or indirect entropy. So I'm interested with how he's going to break further that down. The number 5, maintain a return existence to pre-conscious or even non-conceptual existence.
That's perfect. Great lineup.
Right.
And the order is definitely more of a understandable structure. Not that the last one wasn't understandable. We did a great job explaining it. I'm just saying, like, numerically, it makes more sense this way to have them listed like that.
For sure.
Yeah, it's great.
And then from number 6 on, this has been a lot of topics we've been harping on. So this is going to be a lot of review to a certain extent, with steering consciousness towards suicide, destruction, utopia, or a mix of these, depending on what the context is.
Great. Of course, my answer to that is just press the big red fucking button. Get rid of all of it.
Yeah, it's cool. They showed me a notification on the top, because I was like, do I need to exit this full screen before, but I saw Shangael was in the stage, so he's here as well in the flesh. How are you doing, Shangael?
I'm doing. It's another day. Can everybody hear me? Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
And I'm glad we can, because I remember the last one we did. Boy, oh boy, that was we tried our best, man.
They had them on lockdown.
Man, yeah, it was, man. So yeah, just to hear you clearly, it's a beautiful thing, man. How's your day been, all things considered?
Normal. It's been a day, as it always is. Nothing special. I'm bad at answering such questions.
That's just the SSDD, same shit, different day.
Yeah.
I don't know why I asked it. It's just, it's that small talk. Let's get to the hot talk real quick.
Get to the hot talk.
Yeah, so, no doubt we had to definitely do a addendum, another appendix. Mark and I were talking, and we talked about it a bit before. For whatever reason, last time I was like, let's do like the most base human level and work our way up. But like, of course, with the numerical sequence, like, no, we got to start, with number 1. And, there's a reason why there's that sequential order. So we're going to work in that today. And then, as I'm sure some of you may have already noticed, because there was 12 before, but we have a particular subset with communism for number 11. is stating with that global communism or socialism and narrow AI Venus project. And so we're going to get a bit more into that. But we're going to start with number 1 with voidism, with nothing. And I told Mark, like, please, Shangael, like with 1 through 5, like with that Jupiterian energy you have, you know, with the thunder, you know, the insight, the wisdom, expansion, like expand my mind, because I'm trying to further mentally grasp some of this initial ones before. I was telling Mark, you know, that 6 through 13, it's like, okay, you know, been there, done that. But I'm trying to grow just like anybody else here, you know, listening to us. You know what I mean? And so you can start it off with the number 1 with voidism, nothing.
Okay, all right. Let me pull up my shit here on the other phone so I can see everything that we're looking at. All right. Voidism, nothing. Actually, you know what? Can we do this another way?
Go ahead.
Can I deblock like the first fucking 5 to 10 minutes?
Deblock? Wait.
Introduce this properly. Can I just deblock the next 10
whatever,
minutes?
yeah, whatever. Yeah, go ahead. And tell me if I need to, you know, show something different or, you know.
No, I got it. I'll show it all from here. I mean, unless you could share your screen, that would actually be kind of dope, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
You good with that, Marcus?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
All right, I'm gonna show y'all something.
It allows you to, let me make sure you can, is his window more for you guys for
Yeah, here's my face.
I can see him.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
So I spoke to my little brother earlier today. He had sent me something, and it went perfectly in line with what we're talking about when it comes to solutions and why we keep harping on solutions to begin with, why this list is even necessary for us to even come up with. So I just want to show y'all something real quick, right? So follow me here. It might seem, you know, like a little bit of a 10-minute journey or something, but once we get there, you'll understand why. I'm gonna click this, and I'm gonna take you here to something that my little brother sent me today. He saw this short, and he decided to record it and send it to me. So I re-recorded it and put it as a short on my own channel. But just listen to what this is saying, and then you'll see why we're gonna get into what we're gonna get into today.
I want to ask something that sounds simple, but nobody ever actually answers. What the fuck are we doing? Like, not you, not me, not your 5-year plan or your grind or your self-care era. I mean us, the whole human species. 8 billion people breathing, living, working, stressing, reproducing, scrolling, arguing, killing, loving, surviving. What are we collectively working towards? Stop and really think about that for a second, man. What are we collectively working towards? Because if you zoom out far enough, it looks like we're sprinting nowhere. Because right now, it looks like we built the most advanced systems in human history just to keep ourselves too exhausted to question them. It looks like we turned existence into a chore and then gaslit ourselves into calling it normal. We wake up tired, we work jobs most of us did not dream of, to pay for lives we barely get to live, to impress people who are just as trapped and just as lost as we are. We measure our worth in numbers we did not invent, currencies we did not choose, timelines that don't respect the human nervous system at all, and we call that success. Let's stop bullshitting for a second, man. Put your ego to the fucking side, man. This is not freedom. This is a well-designed cage. And the sickest part, the cage does not even need guards anymore. We police ourselves. We stain each other. We defend the system that's draining us because admitting it's broken would mean admitting we sacrificed our time, our bodies, our parents, our kids, our joy for something hollow, for something empty, for something meaningless. We were not born to live like this. And deep down, everybody knows it. That quiet discomfort you feel at night is not depression. It's not laziness. It's not you failing to adapt. That is your primal instincts screaming that something is fundamentally off. Humans did not evolve to sit still all day staring at rectangles, inhaling stress, and calling it productivity. We did not evolve to be isolated, overstimulated, undertouched, constantly compared, constantly afraid of falling behind. We did not evolve to turn survival into a competition and empathy into a liability. We used to meet strangers and become less afraid of them, not more. We used to live in rhythms, not deadlines. And no, this is not some romantic fantasy about the past. The past was fucking brutal. What our ancestors went through was brutal. People died, life was hard, life expectancies were lower, but at least it was honest and genuine. Pain had a reason, effort had a face, community was not optional. Now, we have comfort without exists because it feeds on our unhealed wounds. Fear, scarcity, insecurity, the need to feel superior, the terror of being insignificant, the addiction to distraction, the refusal to slow down and actually feel our grief and emotions. Power concentrates where people are disconnected from themselves. Always has. That's how you tame a human. That's how you control a human.
Huh?
Now,
He wasn't wrong.
he's not wrong about anything he said, right?
Not at all.
I couldn't disagree with pretty much anything he just said, right?
Not a single thing. That's the condition. All
So-
summed up.
With that said, because we have to remember, my little brother sent this to me for a reason. Humans don't do things for no reason. Let's click this next, because I want to run y'all through this. Y'all, like, I really want people to get this shit, right? Let's see, what did I say up here? Humanity as a species is part of the problem. Think bigger, right? Now let's go look at this. And I'm not going to put it on the screen like that because it's going to be too hard just to fucking hold it there. So I'm just going to read it to y'all.
And I can also too. I just want to mention, you know, because if that's on your YouTube, I can pull that up too if you would want me just to.
What I'm pulling up, what I have up right now is in the Discord.
On what?
It's in the group chat.
Okay, because I can do that too.
If you want to show it, but I'm just going to read it. So I mean, they don't really have to see this part. It's just words, right?
Go ahead.
So when my little brother sent this to me this morning or this afternoon, he said, "I thought you would appreciate this video." So I said to him, "I've been saying this the entire time," because he knows that, but nobody wants to do anything differently. And the dumb slaves wonder why I am the way that I am. I'm waiting for everyone to catch up to the blatantly obvious truth and actually start living in reality for the first time in their entire lives. His response: "Yeah, it's definitely spreading, just still too slow. But this guy really got the point across to me. You know, without ending humanity entirely, though. Ha ha ha." Like, that's the reason he sent it. Because in his world, and this is how people think, when they hear somebody spew a bunch of problems, they think they're hearing solutions. But in that video that none of us disagree with, did he give us a single solution to anything he said?
No.
Nope.
Not one, right?
Not one.
And this is the problem with humans. They just like drama. So I said to him, because he said, you know, without ending humanity entirely, he got the point across to me. And I said, no, he didn't. He didn't give you a single solution to even a single problem. All he did was label a bunch of blatantly obvious problems that most people don't actually want to do anything about. Now ask him how to fix it. Ask him what should actually be done about it. Ask him if it should be destroyed. Ask him what are the solutions to the problems he just presented. And I guarantee you, no matter what his answer is, if it's realistic at all, and what I mean is if it will actually deal with the problems, it will lead to the death of billions. At a minimum, there's just no two ways around it. The whole system's a problem. So even if you just focus at that level, billions of people die, right? Let alone if we take it to human extinction or anything beyond that. Just trying to fix things for people. Just trying to make them better. You're going to end up killing a lot of people by proxy. Because this is his big problem with this shit. People don't like real solutions. We're here to deliver real solutions. If it doesn't end humanity, I said, and if it doesn't end humanity, guess what? Every single problem he just listed will happen all over again in the future. Because everything he just listed is part of human nature, whether he realizes that or not. As he said, the problem isn't a handful of elites, it's humanity. The only reason the elites even exist as a symptom is because of humanity, the problem. Like, and people don't like to admit that, but that's the fucking truth. No humans, no elites. It's that simple. Humans, you get elites because of what humans fucking are and what they've always been and what they will always be. As he said, the problem isn't a handful of elites, it's humanity. And if humanity is the problem, there's only one way to actually solve that problem. But if you think he actually provided solutions to the problems he just brought up, please tell me what solutions he brought up and timestamp them for me so I can go back and listen to him talk about them. Because I didn't hear a single real solution come out of his mouth even once, right? So that's what I said to my brother there. He comes back with, hold on, let me get back over there because YouTube's playing stupid right now. I'm jumping off the posts. Okay, here we are. He comes back with, you do have a point on the solutions. No, I didn't hear any. But then what is his next thing? He says something snotty, right? He goes, so genocide is just always the answer in life, huh? Like, now, has he given me a solution of his own? No. Did he present me with a video that had any type of solutions? No. All he did was present a bunch of problems that prove why my solution is the solution. Right? He's still arguing in favor of my solution, whether he realizes it or not, right? So here was my answer to that. Xenocide is the ultimate answer to the problem of humanity, not genocide. Xenocide is when you end a whole species. But on a smaller scale, yes, genocide is generally the answer to most human problems. Whether people like that or not, history has proven that to be an obvious fact. And our present times are currently proving this all over again, because our reality is literally always proving that fact at literally all times. The question to ask yourself, or anyone that disagrees with this, is, do you have a better answer? And I guarantee you the answer is no, and will always be no, because it's literally been no for the entirety of human history. Realistically, it's been no for the entirety of existence. Anyone who truly studies these things for the purposes, anyone who truly studies these things for the purposes of coming to solutions have all come to the same conclusion. Every last one of us, because it's the only real solution to the underlying problem. But even that's just at a human level. The problem goes even beyond humanity. Like, even thinking of just humanity as teeny tiny. And that is the entire point of what my channel is all about. I don't just complain and cry about problems. The entire purpose of me and my channel is to provide solutions to those problems, which is exactly why everyone is afraid of what I have to say. No one's afraid of another person labeling a blatantly obvious list of problems. Everyone can agree on that. You saw how we just started agreeing on that. As soon as we heard, oh, I agree with that. Yeah, everything you said is right. You don't, like, no duh. Like, that's we should all agree on that, right? No one's afraid of another person, another in capitals, person labeling a blatantly obvious list of problems. It's when you ask that person to actually provide solutions to those problems when people start to run the fuck away, because real solutions aren't pretty. They're
not at all.
They're not comfortable. They're not fluffy. They're not like comfy pillows made of feathers. You know, like, they're fucking horrible, but they are what they are. We focus on solutions over here. That's why the live stream I did yesterday was about solutions. The one that I'm doing today, right now with y'all, is also about solutions. The one that my people are doing tomorrow, y'all with JC and Against Life 1000, shout out to them. The one my people are doing tomorrow is also about solutions. My very first live stream is titled Solutions. My third live stream is about answering questions in order to bring people to solutions. I have another live stream titled Solutions in all caps locks, like, etc., etc. There's no point whining and complaining about the same exact problems every single day if you're not going to be bringing up solutions to those problems every time you bring up those problems, which no one ever wants to do. All most people want to do, you know, not us, but all most people want to do is whine and complain about things beyond themselves, while completely and entirely ignoring the role they play in those problems they're complaining about, because most human monkeys are willing slaves that don't actually want to solve anything at all. They want to wait around for some non-existent savior like Jesus, or attempt to vote one in like Obama or Trump, like a bunch of religious retards. Refusing, and even in the truth community, people love these cults of personalities around someone. Like, somebody said the other day, and I'm not picking on him, I'm not saying that that's what he did, it's just something that sticks out. Who was it? Sean Walker, shout out to you. I love you, bro. He said the other day, you know, Marcus and Shangael leading the path of destruction in the front, right? And I was like, why are we in the front? Why are you writing about anyone being in the front other than yourself? You know, so like, I should be saying that, Marcus should be saying that, you know, but if you should be saying you are the one in the front.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, don't look to be behind someone else and following someone else. And if we are going to look to follow someone else, shit, me and Marcus aren't even the ones to fucking follow.
I'm definitely not the one to follow. I'll vouch for that.
We're out here trying to preach to wake up the ones who would be the ones to follow. Like, you know what I'm saying? So we need to get out of these cults of personalities too, right over here in our own little section, right? So I said, like a bunch of religious retards, refusing to take any responsibility at all for the world they've allowed to be created around them and allowed to continue being created for the future slave generations. They'd rather blame anyone. I should have said the future life slave generations. Shout out to AC. Shout out to JC. They'd rather blame anyone and anything like Trump, Obama, Satan, Putin, Satanists, or anyone or anything outside of themselves, in order to never have to look in the mirror and recognize the fact that it's on them to do something about anything and everything they dislike. It's on all of us. The sooner we realize that, the sooner people's thoughts, words, and actions will change, the sooner something will actually change in this world. At that point, I told him to go watch Attack on Titan so he could actually get the point of that. And then I sent him this here. So we got like 10 more minutes to go. Thank you for bearing with me. This is actually longer than I thought it would be. But let's listen to this real quick. This is 7 minutes, and then I have one last thing to read, and then we open it back up, all right?
Oh, yeah.
Remember, videos about real solutions to all these problems aren't going to be 3 minutes long. And that's the problem with most of y'all. Y'all can't take any long-form content. Your brains don't work well enough. It has to be 3 minutes or less. If it's anything beyond that, it must be about entertainment. Or some dumb politics bullshit because it's like a popularity contest that gives you this dramatic feeling, the drama. Like you're being part of a drama, part of these teams who are dramatically against each other. Ooh, look what he said about her. Ooh, burn. Look what they said today in this meeting. Ooh, as if any of that ever fucking matters. If you want real fucking solutions to the problems presented in that video, I have a bunch of live streams presenting exactly that and breaking it down. I'm about to do another one in about an hour with 2 other people who also have their own videos and live streams talking about solutions. And we've already done like 4 of them. I think this is number 4 or number 5. I did a 5-part presentation explaining what reality is just so people can understand what the solutions are within it. Do you want real solutions? We just want politics and bullshit. Democrats and Republicans bullshitting you forever. Trumps and Obamas lying to you forever. Do you just want cool-sounding videos that are 3 minutes long where a nigga complains for 3 minutes? Because I can send you 1 billion of those videos. I see the one you sent me is like 1 out of 30 that I've seen today. Like those videos are a dime a dozen. Do you want a video with solutions in it? Do you want to know what should actually be done and what could actually be done? Do you want to know what the actual results would actually be? Do you want to know what the actual benefits and actual consequences are when it comes to imposing actual solutions to these actual problems? Rather than just a bunch of hypotheticals? Rather than just sitting around complaining about them and then going to work the next day and continuing to pay bills and taxes and do what everybody else does. Go to fucking church and wait for Jesus to save me like a fucking retard. Do you want real solutions? You're going to have to use your fucking brain. You're going to have to go beyond what is just simply presented to you. You have to go beyond 3-minute videos. You might need to watch something that's 10 hours so you can fully understand the problem enough to even see what possible solutions there are and understand why the actual solutions there are the only fucking solutions. And why the longer we take to implement them, the worse it's going to be, and the worse the outcome of those solutions are also going to be. The sooner we do it, the better. The later, the worst. Do you want real solutions? like that video? Yeah, it's a great video for people who are retarded. For anyone who doesn't know anything, for stupid, ignorant people who aren't aware of this shit. Everything he just said there is base level. No shit, bro. Duh. That's a blatantly obvious fact. What should be done about it? He didn't say anything special. like he has said shit that we all should already know and should have known for decades by this point. If you're in your mid-30s to 40s, you should have already known for 20 to 30 years some of these things. Let alone at a bare minimum 10 years, 5 years, depending on what they are, because I know some people are just that fucking dumb, that ignorant, and don't give a fuck, that complacent, that apathetic. But none of this shit should be news to anyone. And if it is, they're probably already a lost cause. They're probably already a lost cause. Like, so, do you give us, like, that video's not impressive. Nothing he's saying there is impressive. He's just complaining like everyone else complains about the problems. Do you want real solutions to the problems? Or you just want to sit around complaining every fucking day? Just watching other people complain every fucking day. Sharing videos about other people complaining every fucking... Like, or do you want solutions? That's what we're here for. When you see a video like that, you should understand I'm here because of that. Because there's a billion of those people. There's only a handful of us. Because nobody really wants solutions. They just want to bitch and moan and vote for somebody else and pray to somebody else and wish for someone or something else to come save them. They all want some other nigga to cheer for. Like fucking slaves. Retard slaves. Religiously zealous... Zealously, there we go. Zealously religious retard slaves. Sweet Jesus. Oh, please, Obama. Oh, please, Trump. Or whatever other celebrity or politician or, insert name of elitist here. Oh, please, elitist name. Save us. And so Elon Musk, Bill Gates, some royal family member somewhere. Please, pass
some spirit guide somewhere.
It's a bill. We need you to pass a bill. Retards. Every problem he just named in there has solutions that are blatantly fucking obvious at every level of those problems. And when it comes to the higher tier problems and the higher tier solutions, you start getting more into violence. And the longer you let certain problems go, the more violence will be required to solve them. Like, people can hate it all they fucking want. These are the fucking facts, and no one ever has a rebuttal or a refutation. No one has any better fucking answer. For the most part, no one has any fucking answers. They just have complaints. And the motherfuckers who have had answers have had the same answers for all of human history, and they're the only ones that have ever worked anywhere at any time in all of human history. And yet, in the modern era, because people are so fucking soft, retarded, lazy, like, they're so comfortable, they could never imagine losing electricity or anything. They could never imagine sacrificing anything. Apartments, cars, homes, whatever, like nothing. People, places in society, rankings, jobs. No, they will give up anything and everything to remain as slaves. Like, they can't give up anything or anything to seek freedom, to actually seek out and implement the solutions. To the point where those of us who actually do, on any level, think, speak, or act in accordance with the solutions, we're the crazy ones. While everybody else continues their mass psychosis. It's fucking unimaginable.
Unimaginable. So I show you all that to say, again, we're talking solutions, right? And I love making examples of this shit. Even when it's your family, your brother, your mother, your sister, your auntie, some random person down the street, someone on the internet, someone who's commenting. When you have the opportunity to teach, especially when they're trying to be snarky, because let's be real, that's what they're trying to do. That's why they send things and then they say things in certain ways. And you know when they're saying them in those ways. They're trying to make it sound like what you said to them is retarded or something. When you know what they're saying right now is retarded, right? So use those opportunities. Don't fucking run from them. Don't be afraid of them. Don't shy away from them. Now, up next, could you possibly go into the Discord and share your screen, sir? Is that possible?
Yes, it is. And we go into the The private chat one, or are we?
Yeah, the group chat, and I'm trying to pull up these pictures right here with the solutions and whatnot,
Up here.
so people can at least see it. So they
Yeah.
can at least see the solutions on the screen while I say this.
Yes, sir. Let me pull that up here. All right.
And then from there, we'll open it up and go in.
Is this the first one you're gonna do, or?
Yep, I'm about to read that. So I guess if you just read along with me, you can go to the next one as I go to the next one.
All right.
All right. So to explain how these solutions work, because last time, we explained them last time, but obviously people couldn't really hear me that well last time, so I don't know how much they got, but this is how this list works, right? From top to bottom, if a lower numbered solution is maintained or succeeds later, all numbers beneath it cease to be useful or simply cease to even exist. For example, if solution number 1, the void, is simply maintained from the beginning, meaning there is never any chaos, or if it succeeds later, as in we destroy chaos, solutions number 2 through number 13 are not only now useless, they can't even exist. So for every lower numbered solution, its being successful gets rid of all the numbers beyond it. They're no longer useful, right? So when thinking of solutions to/on all levels of reality from top to bottom, if you are able to maintain reality at, or once again return reality to, levels 1 through 5, which we have listed here as solutions 1 through 5, anything under that / those levels never exists or simply ceases to exist, because levels 1 through 5 are required for 6 through 13 to even exist at all, let alone be useful. 1 is required for 2, is required for 3, is required for 4, is required for 5, is required for 6. This is levels. Each thing leads to the next thing. So without 1, you don't get 2. Without 2, you don't get 3, etc., all the way up to 6. From number 6, which is consciousness / conscious existence, comes everything else. It comes all the other lower level problems. Each preceding level of reality is required for that which unfolds from and is contained within it. Solutions 1 through 5 are all about what levels reality should be maintained at prior to any lower levels of reality ever unfolding, and what reality should be returned to if it has already unfolded beyond those levels, meaning levels 1 through 5. The effectiveness of and participation in solutions 6 through 13 heavily dictates the speed at which an already unfolded reality returns to levels 1 through 5. Most importantly, solutions 6 through 13 can all be done individually. You could do each of them all by themselves and as an individual person to your own level, and even simultaneously to varying degrees. They are not necessarily mutually exclusive solutions, and they all feed into each other directly or indirectly and help steer consciousness and reality back toward level 5. Now we can actually get into the list itself. So if you look at levels 1 through 5, that is all prior to consciousness even existing. That is pre-conscious existence. It might even be pre-conceptual existence, depending on where consciousness comes in as a concept. Number 6 is consciousness, aka conscious existence. Everything from there on down is what unfolds after consciousness comes into existence. Now, you'll notice from there on down, most of it is going to be geared towards talking to us here. Right now, you and I, all of us, are here experiencing what it is to be a human being on planet Earth, right? No matter what people think it is or why it is, that's simply what's occurring, right? Fuck all the theories, that's just where we're at right now. With that said, All of these are worded towards talking to us, but you can expand any of those from 6 to 13, such as, let's go to number 9, even better, because this has a word in it. Number 8, human extinctionism. We'll get back to 1, trust me. But number 8, human extinctionism, right? That says human extinctionism, but human could be switched out for any intelligent species anywhere in this cosmos or anywhere beyond it. It can be switched out for any intelligent species existing anywhere in all of existence, which is why if some alien saw this broadcast, they could take these same solutions and use them for themselves, no matter where the fuck they are, no matter what the fuck they are. Period. I don't care if you're in the astral, if you're in this particular reality, another simulation, it doesn't matter. No matter who, what, when, where, or why, or how you are in existence, this list right here can be taken by anyone, anywhere, and implemented. All you have to do is change out particular words to make more sense to you and your circumstance, right? Now, with that said, number 1, voidism, nothingness. If there is an empty void, which we know there wasn't, because obviously chaos had to be a thing or else we wouldn't be a thing right now. So we can't really go back to the void, but we can try to bring it to the void for the first time in existence, which is our goal, right? If there was nothing, or if we bring it back or bring it to a state of nothing, then there are no problems. Number 2 through 13 simply ceases to exist because there's nothing, right? No chaos, you don't get the rest of the shit. Without chaos, you don't get anything. No potential, no possibility, no actualization, no creation, no existence, no reality, no consciousness, etc., etc. When you understand how reality is stacked, how it works, how it's like a ladder, like a staircase, and you see the levels to it, you can easily form solutions based upon each level. Some levels of reality itself are themselves the solution to the prior level, to the lower level. If we can get rid of number 6, which is consciousness, meaning we will no longer have to steer consciousness, we'd be in number 5. That's how this works, right? So with 1, voidism, nothingness, you get rid of all other things. There are no other problems, period. Very simple, right? Y'all want to say anything about that?
Sounds perfect to me. It makes sense. Get rid of the conscious, you don't have anything else to worry about. It's like remove the root cause.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
That way you don't have to deal with the side effect. Because everything under that is the side effect of that one root cause of the problem.
And that's why I have them labeled that way. Everything underneath them, outside of, say, 7 through 13, they're kind of just at this one level of humanity. But when it comes to 1 through 6, every number prior to it, 1 before 2, 2 before 3, 3 before 4, 4 before 5, 5 before 6, shows you what is required just to get to the next one. And if you got rid of the bottom one, it'd bring it back to the one above it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Elicit anything?
yeah, like this shit from that 1 through 6, that shit is like we always say, the universe is mental.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this is coming. This is like some alchemical. You know what I mean? Like it's just more than what meets the eye is what I see, or lack thereof. But yeah, that it's all a derivative, like how you were saying, Mark, and of course Shangael. Like if you can't have one without the other, when you keep going down, and so I'm just trying to kind of with these anything from really 5 up, but 6 up too, because like you're saying, the 7 down especially is within our sentient self. Every word that you're saying right now, I'm just trying to really hone in on, because someone like you, the fact that you're the one presenting it, you know what I mean? Like you've taken your time out to fully try to grasp this however way that you can to the fullest extent. And so just your voice comes with a power. And I'm just trying to like sit back a little bit and but yeah, I mean this is it. I mean, this is and again, like you from before again really made me hone in on like let's really try to break this shit down. You know what I mean? Because I always from before with the whole antinatalism, Efilism especially, it really focuses on sentient life, but sentient life didn't create sentient life, right?
Mhm.
And so you still have to pull the string back, keep going. It's a derivative of something else. And so, yeah, this makes things very clear.
I appreciate that, brother. So can we move on to number 2 now, gentlemen?
All right.
Sir.
All right, so number 2, anti-cosmic or chaos. Now, all comes from this. Chaos is the actualization, or I should say the randomized actualization of potential, aka possibility itself. No possibility, no things exist. Something that is impossible cannot exist, cannot occur, and cannot happen. That's the definition of impossible. Something possible is something that can exist, can happen, can occur. So if something does exist, if it did or is happening, existing, or occurring, it was or still is possible. Nothing impossible exists. If it exists, that means it's possible, right? So only possible things actually exist. The way they come into existence is through what is known as actualization. The possibility itself is nothing. It becomes something through actualization. If people want to have a better understanding of that, if this is the first time you've heard us talk about this somehow, I have 5-part presentation on exactly this called Anti-Cosmic Voidism on my channel. Go watch those 5 parts. Don't ask no fucking questions. Watch the 5 parts. And then if you have questions, start asking. Because I promise you, it's already been answered thoroughly and beat to death. By the time you should have your question answered way before you're finished part 5. I promise you, no matter what it is. So if reality was held, because this is technically prior to reality, this is pre-reality, this is what causes reality. But if everything is held at the state of chaos, purely random actualization, nothing is really happening, to be honest with you, you don't end up with number 3 through 13. You don't end up with a non-conceptual existence that can lead to a conceptual existence that can lead to a material existence, etc. You don't have any type of anything leading to consciousness because it's just staying at a state of pure chaos, which is what entropy tries to drive everything back to once existence does come into existence. So the goal of anti-cosmic philosophy is to bring everything back to a state of chaos, everything back to a state of acausality. Whether that means you're somehow capable of being a conscious or subconscious entity that is transcendent or ascendant within that chaos, or whether it means you cease to exist as well, because chaos is chaos and nothing can really exist within chaos. Chaos itself doesn't literally exist. Like, it's as close to nothingness as something can get. So after number 1, if that fails, if it's not held at the void, and if you can't bring it back to number 1, let's say you can't bring it to a true state of pure nothingness, the next best option would be number 2, chaos. And that's what anti-cosmic philosophy is all about. And that's why people should get into that type of study if they want to understand that level of solution. Y'all got anything?
That sounds good. Following.
Yeah, that chaos realm, like you said, nothing's going on. I always go back and shout out, any other master teacher, another Sagittarian, Jupiterian energy with the Bobby Hemmett. He would always say, oh, we're chaos beings. But you got to think, listen, like you said, with the cult of personalities, we're all trying to, I say again, iron sharpen iron. What does that mean? Being a chaos being. I don't really want this being. Now we got to kind of do things or want to do things, and like we know with Bobby and how we know with number 6, steering consciousness. At that time, I got to think, motherfucker was talking about this hot shit back in the 90s, man. That's 30 years ago, man. So that's some hot shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it right now in 2026. But when you try to really probe, well, what does that mean? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not answering the full thing. And so,
yeah, actually, I'm glad you brought that up, because it's funny when you said that, because I was thinking about the same thing myself, like listening to one of his older videos and he talked about the chaos beings, and I was like, I wonder what he actually thinks that means, like what definition, because I think that some people think that chaos is like this kind of destination that you go to,
Yes.
or it's like some kind of heavenly place or something, or some kind of I don't know. I guess the picture that people have in their mind is that it's a destination, but it's
Exactly.
actually not a destination. It's just like a in a way that makes sense to my mind. It's like a melting pot of all kind of random shit thrown in, and it's just all moving around, but nothing solid. That make like a giant pool with just all kind of shit in it, but nothing really there. If that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not something that you would actually experience with the senses.
Correct. Now, can I jump in here?
Go ahead.
Sure.
So what I would say is this, based on what I've seen from Bobby Hemmett and my own thought processes, the way he explained it was, with lots more words, is we are entropic beings. So a lot of times when he talked about we are chaos beings, a lot of times people got to remember he's standing in a room full of black people, right? And he's talking to black people, specifically in the 1990s, sometimes in the late 80s, like that early, and in the early 2000s, right? And when he's talking about this chaos, a lot of times he's talking about it in response to what niggas do and go through on planet Earth today. Where he says, folks want to invest and get all this money and they want to be businessmen and they want to try to do this capitalism. He goes, that shit ain't going to work for you. That's for order beings. You a chaos being. Like, he's trying to tell them that is not your system. That is not the way. Like, that's too much order. That's too much structure for you. Like, the more you try to be orderly and structured, the more shit you're going to just break and destroy, or the worse, you're simply gonna be at it.
So fucking true.
What you are.
So fucking true.
You're trying to do the opposite of what you are. And he goes even further into saying all is chaos. Even those so-called order beings or structure beings themselves are actually chaotic. They're just less chaotic because even they still produce entropy no matter what. Everything is chaos. And what chaos becomes structured and ordered has entropy grown within it until it returns to a state of chaos. So what he's saying is we only exist as structured order to return to chaos. That's why he said my heaven is chaos. Where we actually return to the original primordial acausal state where technically nothing's happening. That's why he's always saying that type of shit. But yeah, I hear y'all. But that was how I heard him say it and how I heard him explain it, let alone my own thought processes.
Perfectly explained. But okay, now another thing that, well, I guess we really did talk about this already, because I was going to say, well, if we had that origin in the chaos, how did we spring up out of it? But then you mentioned like the whole potentiality part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So to go back to chaos, how would that really be a solution if we can't make sure that we stay there? Like if we can't assure that our potentiality wouldn't arise again, like us being thrown out of it once again, like how do we go about that?
And that's why we have option number one. Solution one is to get rid of the chaos itself.
All right.
And bring everything straight up to nothingness. If we can't do that for some reason, if that's not possible, or let's say it's possible, but we literally never fucking figure it out, then option number two. If we can't figure that out, which that'll happen automatically, chaos is going to happen because entropy is what it is. But let's say we can't maintain that chaos in any form or fashion. Because it's chaos, it must be randomized, which means there must be a new creation every so often until that actualization process is no longer capable of actualizing potentials. If that's the case, then we have option number three, where every time existence comes into existence, if anyone or anything is there when it occurs in any form or fashion, which is arguably no, because how could they even be conscious yet? The goal would be to have no persistent existence. Now, when it comes to these top three things, even the top 5 things, we could make an argument
that we could never affect these things. I could make an argument that we already do and could continue doing so even after consciousness ceases to exist. But you could easily make an argument to say that we don't actually affect 1 through 5. We can't really affect anything until number 6 happens, until consciousness appears and things can start doing things, right? But we can take that from either way. If we can't affect it and we don't affect it, then we just have to hope, wish, and pray that number 3 is what occurs. So even if there is chaos and we can't keep it at a state of chaos, any existence that does come to be is non-persistent and not able to replicate itself, which would be most existences. Most things that just pop into existence would cease existing basically the same exact instance they begin existing. They call these virtual particles in modern science and quantum physics and quantum mechanics. But let's say we can control this, right? And we can actually bring it back to a state of no persistent existence. How would we go about doing this? Well, you'd have to steer the consciousness in that direction. First off, we'd probably have to sadly hope that consciousness has already permeated into non-conceptual existence, which I believe it probably has, but maybe it hasn't. I don't fucking know. I can't prove it either way. But you'd have to focus your consciousness as individuals, let alone groups and, bigger and bigger numbers, on bringing existence back to that state and maintaining it in that state to the point where the underlying physics of the reality itself, not just the physics of this universe, but the physics of our creation, our existence as a whole, has basically a new underlying program into it to bring it to level 3 and maintain it at level 3. Is that possible? I would say yes, and we can get into multi-hour long conversations as to why. But even if it's not possible, that would still be the best option if you're going to have any form of existence at all. Short, fleeting, basically to the point of them not actually being anything ever. They just come in and they're gone. Y'all got anything on that?
Like a bubble coming in and then popping immediately.
Yes, immediately.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's definitely the next best option besides persistent consciousness. That would be fucking horrible.
It'd be terrible.
It is fucking horrible.
Brother Illicit?
Yeah, so with, of course, once the chaos, I just think about, it's funny, your name, MarcMundSpilli. When I think of the word, spilly, spilt, the chaos spilt, the spilt milk. And then it says, we're cleaning up spilt milk. The chaos leaked out some shit somehow. Yeah. My thing is, it's just as like, because like you were saying, contemplation with non-conceptual existence, and is that containing consciousness or not? Because I always try to reference people. It's not, I'm a SQS, he would really be harping on the unconscious God type of thing, like going to like that, like the distinction between unconsciousness and consciousness. But oftentimes when I hear people talk about unconsciousness, it's still like how we're doing like a different subset of things, a derivative, like how there's still a consciousness within unconsciousness. So when I think of non-conceptual existence, right, there's something technically going on, but it's non-conceptual reality. I'm thinking like in this, like how it says pre-consciousness. Would unconsciousness be with what I'm saying? What are you thinking?
Pre-consciousness. That's the way to put it. So non-conceptual reality is pre-concepts of any kind, and whether people like it or not, consciousness is a concept. All concepts first require energy, period. That's the first structure of existence, the essence, the thing that is all. When people talk about the all, the source, the one, like creation as a whole, existence, reality as one thing, it's all energy exchanging energy. So the base of it is energy. That's structure number one. Then from that structure, you get other structures. These are called concepts. In Gnosticism, they're known as aeons. There's other versions of gods, or these would really be like what are before the Titans. These would be what are prior to the Titans. These would be the first born of Ymir and the great cow. Like, you know, it's like, or even then, because you're not even yet, because Ymir itself is consciousness. Like, it's the first thing to come into existence and think. Like, so, but these would be the things that allow for consciousness to come into existence as a concept itself. So whatever concepts people think consciousness itself relies upon, and they say, oh, it doesn't rely upon any. Okay, what is it? Awareness. What is aware? If there is awareness, something is aware. You can't have awareness with nothing being aware. Awareness requires something that is first capable of awareness actually behaving in an aware manner. So there must be a structure of some form capable of being aware of its own self as an existing structure. Therefore, structure is required for consciousness. And if structure is required for consciousness, well, what structures are required in order to have something that is capable of being conscious, which then leads to the concept of consciousness?
Because I'm thinking, because I know you're using the term consciousness, but I'm thinking like, if it's not, it doesn't have to be the same. These are different terms, you know, the pre-conscious and unconscious. But like the fact that like how number 5 says maintain or return existence to pre-conscious, you know, obviously this means like we're either at 5 kind of fucking around doing what we can, or we're at 6 trying to go up to 5 and, you know, up the ladder back to, you know, the void. So I'm thinking when it comes to this, the term maintain or return, there's like an intention with the energy. You're saying like all is energy essentially. And so pre-consciousness, of course, has an energy to it. But like you're kind of mentioning in a sense, tell me, you know, what I'm just saying what I'm thinking. Pre-consciousness can have an intent.
So yes and no. In the beginning, if we will say, pre-consciousness cannot have an intent because there's nothing to have an intention. You need something conscious that is aware, that is capable of even forming intents. But now that we already exist, and reality is already, thanks to entropy, headed back towards number 2 automatically.
Right.
And since consciousness is already here, and consciousness permeates levels of reality, consciousness is transcendent, it is ascendant. So even though it starts at level 6, it may very possibly, and I would say it does, but I could be wrong, to be honest with you. I could make both arguments. Consciousness may itself permeate upwards or downwards, however people want to look at it, into that level 5, where that non-conceptual reality that had nothing conscious within it, there was no consciousness there at all because there was nothing there to even be aware. Well, now that awareness has come into existence, that awareness may in some way, shape, or form creep into those higher tiers of reality, higher tiers of conceptual reality, and into non-conceptual reality. That which never had been touched by consciousness before is now being touched by consciousness because it now exists. So there's 2 possible ways you can look at this. One, right here, right now, as long as we exist consciously until the day we stop, we can be attempting to put our intention into existence and into consciousness as a concept. So what people say is consciousness as a whole, consciousness as one thing, all of consciousness as one, God, the broken God, you know what I'm saying? Like all the terms we use, the monad. To reprogram, and I'll use that term, to reprogram the monad towards pushing reality itself to a state of existence that existed prior to itself, which means one of 2 things. It will have to cease existing when that process takes place, or it may continue existing, but it can only exist as the monad. Consciousness itself as a whole would be what exists at this level. So we would just all be God, basically, which still sucks because God is still here suffering in existence. But it would be bringing us closer to the level 1, as opposed to bringing us further and further down towards the level 13. So either we exist as God still, like as this one conscious thing, as the concept of consciousness itself, pushing things higher and higher towards this pre-conscious state, which will either destroy us because we are a consciousness, or it will simply cause us to ascend higher into that state while still remaining in existence, which gives us more control over reality and allows us to continue going down this path to see how high we can get. Because if we can, chaos is unconscious because it's completely and utterly random. Nothing can exist within it. There is no concepts. All possibilities are there, meaning any possibilities that could exist that would cause any other possibilities to become impossible cannot exist. So no possibilities could exist. But if we are capable of, now that we already exist, some way, somehow transcending or ascending to a state of being basically conscious chaos, chaos with the ability to manipulate the actualization process, which would be a little less chaos. That's why these are called, when you want to talk like in a metaphysical sense, these are called chaos beings in a sense where they actually exist in this state. So they themselves aren't pure chaos because they have a structure, but they're as close to being pure chaos as could possibly be. That way they can exist beyond the structure of existence itself, themselves seeming almost paradoxical because they exist, but they don't. They are nothing, yet something. They are wholly unconscious and random, yet conscious and in control. Like the truest of dark void type gods. Like, this is what an apep would be, if you will, right?
Right.
So we can either push consciousness to this level, either as the monad, as the one thing, as the broken god becoming God again, or maybe if you become powerful enough through your transcendent and ascendant abilities over time, going from one tier of reality to the next, if that's even possible, we could do it as individuals and push it that way, or maybe only certain levels of individuals will reach that state and bring God together. Like, there's many different arguments as to how we could say we could go about this. But yes, originally speaking, pre-conscious reality would have no consciousness. Unconscious reality is literally un-space conscious. There is no consciousness. From there, you end up with what we would call subconscious reality. This is where consciousness begins to take shape, takes form, based upon the laws of reality that allow it to become structured, where thought can occur, where contemplation can occur, simulation, simulacrum in a thoughtful sense can occur, virtual existence can occur, calculations can occur, simulations can occur. People can study, they can look at themselves. And when I say people, that means even eternal God things, like whatever people want to call these supreme beings, that the first consciousnesses ever to be individuated from the concept itself, can now start to recognize their existence. A subconscious being doesn't really recognize their existence. They're in like a dream-like state, like Azathoth in Lovecraft. You know, everything beyond Azathoth would be like they call him chaos, but realistically, he's chaotic because he's consciousness. But he creates order when he sleeps and dreams. Like, he creates entire universal structure. All of reality is his dream, right? All of reality beneath him, I should say. All of conceptual reality that is beneath him and material reality is his dream. All of reality beyond him is the highest tiers of conceptual reality that are required for his existence as Azathoth, as consciousness. And everything beyond that is non-conceptual reality until you reach the point of Yog-Sothoth, which is all of creation. So you have all of creation as this one thing known as Yog-Sothoth. You go down levels into this, which are non-conceptual, into conceptual reality, and you finally hit Azathoth, which is consciousness. And within consciousness, you first get the subconscious, which is him sleeping and dreaming. In his dream of subconsciousness, you get conscious entities that are fully aware of their existence. These are stages. Reality has to unfold into consciousness. This is why I laugh at people when they try to say consciousness is reality. I go, no. Consciousness did not create reality because consciousness is a structure that requires structure. Therefore, it cannot create structure. The structure must already exist prior to it, or it could never exist. And what is the base of consciousness itself? Just energy exchanges. Even our thoughts are energy. Everything is energy. Data and information is energy. There's nothing people could even hypothesize to exist.
So that's my thing. I'm sorry to cut you because like energy,
Yeah,
for
go ahead.
energy to create consciousness, I feel like there's like a conscious to energy. How did it create this? You know how we say this is like a magical abomination. Like what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? But like these formations, you know, like how the fuck?
So
Right.
it's the energy that becomes conscious, because the energy becomes all things. If you look, even in this reality, right, we would say, I'm looking at a stool, a table, a bottle, a pistol, a phone, a candle, myself as a human being. All these things are made of molecules and minerals, which are made of atoms, subatomic particles, waves, quanta, virtual particles. And then there's this field, the quantum field, the underlying essence that all things come out of. If you look into the Kemetic, most African, a lot of I want to say Asian as well. What do they say? The flower, the lotus, or the mound rises from the chaotic waters. First, the waters are serene, nothing is occurring. Then they become choppy and chaotic. And then from them arises all that exists. That water, that ocean, that is that energetic layer, that energetic pool that all comes from. That is where all of the potentials and possibilities actualize out of. In modern science, they call it the quantum vacuum. So that is just the baseline energy field that all structures are made out of. Our bodies are just energy structures. Every molecule is an energy structure, let alone what it builds up: a sun, a planet, a car. These are all just structures made of atoms, or made of minerals and molecules, which are made of atoms, which are made of energy. This is almost all nothing, as we all know, because it's just energy formed into structures. Certain structures at certain tiers of reality are conceptual, meaning they allow for other things to come into existence now that they themselves exist. So once you hit a certain structural tier within the energy, within reality itself, you end up with the tier of consciousness, the concept of consciousness, where energy itself can become aware of its own existence in whatever structural form it is. Whether that's down to the level of some insects, or whether it's up to animals, or whether it's up to humans, or whether it's beyond to different spirit beings, God beings, etc., no matter what level you want to take it to, even to the concept of consciousness itself, all concepts are energy constructs in conceptual or non-conceptual reality, which is itself built out of and based on the essence of existence itself, the first thing, pure energy. No pure energy, nothing else, including consciousness. Because consciousness itself is a structure. It is itself a concept. And all things that are conscious, that anyone can prove to be conscious, are themselves structures that require that concept. You can't have a conscious human if there is no concept of consciousness anywhere in existence, because nothing in existence could be conscious if that was the case. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, which makes me ask the question, like, how do we deal with that then? Like, how do we deal with that energy? How do we dissipate it, or at least prevent it from forming solidified concepts like that?
Now, for us, where we already are, it's already too late.
Right,
Like,
right,
it's already done that. It's doing that. We are those constructs. We are
right.
conscious. So for us, what we would have to do is step it backwards. We are at level 6. Level 7 through 13 are all contained within level 6, right? That's the conscious level of reality. So by doing options 13 through 7, we do number 6. We steer consciousness towards number 5, 4, 3, 2, etc. Whether we're steering it just more and more into those levels of reality now that it already exists and permeates into them, or maybe we're forcing it to permeate into them for the first time ever, or maybe it's impossible for it to permeate into them and we're simply pushing things back towards number 5, which again would be steer consciousness towards suicide, right? But if you want to get rid of all energy constructs that already exist, that you can, that you could possibly get rid of, that requires destruction. which is maximizing entropy within any particular structure or system. So if I wanted to maximize the entropy, of a building, I might plant bombs in it and demolish it. All energy structures are destroyed by overwhelming those structures with more energy than they can handle, or by sapping more energy out of them than they would require to maintain their form. You know what I'm saying? So when it
Okay.
comes to this bottle in front of me, how do I destroy its energy structure? I just throw it on the ground and it shatters. That doesn't destroy the energy, though. It destroys the structure. I
Right.
apply to the
But
structure here. How do I get rid of the energy itself?
yeah.
Is that your question?
That's the question. Like how? Yeah, because I probably should have worded that differently. But yeah, that's pretty much what I was saying. Like because all of this does depend upon that initial ingredient of the energy. How do we get rid of the actual energy itself? Like how do we deal with that?
And I'm glad you're asking these questions, because these are the questions that I want people to ask. This is why I teach people my part 1 through part 5, so they can ask these questions, so we can get into theoreticals all over again instead of just arguing about what is objectively proven already. Like, I love you, Marcus. So the way we possibly get rid of it, first off, automatically it's going to happen regardless due to entropy. This is why they come up with all their thought processes on the ending of entropy. Like, how does it actually bring everything back to chaos? Like, what does that equal in the end? Whether it's the big crunch, the heat death, the big freeze, etc., etc. You can go look up all the different ways that entropy is driving existence towards chaos. And in order for it to go from existence as we know it to chaos, the energy itself either has to be vibrating so fast to the point of what they would call perfection, meaning the perfect vibration is not vibrating at all. It's basically the same thing as doing absolutely nothing and being absolutely nothing. And since all that exists requires vibrating energy, and the energy itself requires vibration to continue being, anything that is no longer vibrating ceases existing. Even in this reality, and you can actually look this up on YouTube. They've shown this on laboratory, where if you stop the vibrational frequency of a particular structure, you will literally dissipate it. If you match it, you'll crack it. This is why when people sing ah, and they break glasses and shit, because they're matching the resonant frequency of the object, and it shatters. So again, frequency is how energy holds itself together and presents itself in structural forms. It's the reason why we see light in the way that we do, why it's a spectrum based on certain frequencies. Even the light, the way we interact with it is based upon frequency of vibration. All is vibrating. That's something pretty much anyone can agree on, because science shows this. Spirituality's talked about this for a long time. Like,
Right.
metaphysics says this is what has to happen. If nothing is happening, nothing is happening. So something has to always be happening for there to be something happening. This is what philosophy has showed us, logic has showed us, etc. And math proves this every day. Decay rates prove this every day. So when we look into these things like the big freeze, the big crunch, the heat death of the universe, where either things are vibrating so much that they're basically not vibrating at all, or they literally stop vibrating because there's nothing to exchange energy with, since this is all just expanding forever, right? So if it expands too far, the particles, the things that are carrying that, the structure, the smallest structures of the energy that are transferring energy between each other in order for all things in existence to occur, can no longer transfer energy between each other because they're too far apart. The energy literally slowly dissipates over time and literally stops vibrating, stops moving, stops doing anything, and just goes back to being potential. Energy cannot destroy nor create energy. So I can't stand when people say energy cannot be created or destroyed. I'm like, that's a physics argument based on using energy to create or destroy energy. No, all you're doing is transferring energy. But energy must be actualized or deactualized as all things that have ever existed, period. And this is proven again with the dissipation of energy. This is proven with entropy driving all things towards chaos. This is, people don't get it because they don't put these laws together, let alone actually understand them in their fullest. But this is what the laws of thermodynamics are actually all about. This is one of the things that Albert Einstein was saying in his geometric theory of gravitation when he talks about relativity and how we ended up with certain thought processes. A good third of that's been disproven, but the parts that have been proven have all been things that can actually be examined, usually based within entropy and energy, transferring between different masses at different speeds, etc., etc. It's all energy. like Nikola Tesla, electric universe theory. It's all energy. This is all energy. Your energy, I'm energy, we're all energy, right? So in order to end that, you have to do the opposite of how it started. It's basically taking this field of potential, having vibrations in them, and those vibrations lead to what they call actualizations. This is why they use the term quantum fluctuations to say that's what produces universes. That's what produces realities. They're attempting to explain it in a physical sense to the best of their ability, which is why they end up saying shit like energy cannot be destroyed nor created, even though their own theories bring them back to the obvious answer of, well, it had to be created and it absolutely can be destroyed, just not in a manner in which people think. You're not going to blow it up. You're not going to break it. It's created through vibration. It is destroyed by vibration ceasing. When potentials are vibrating, they're actualizing. When they're not, they ain't doing shit. That's the best way to visualize.
Oh, okay.
Like if they're just sitting completely still, they're not doing anything, they're not affecting anything, they're not connecting to anything. But when they start to move around, and that's why, again, you go back to particles, go back to molecules, go back to things that connect to each other, atoms, and you can see that they vibrate into their connections and they vibrate out
like
of their connections.
like the water not being still no more. Like already that's that vibration, you know?
Yes, the perfect way to put that. The water being still is no vibration in the water. As soon as there's movement in that water, those molecules are vibrating, right? And even though chaos looks like literally nothing's happening, it's roiling waters at all times. It's like looking at a placid ocean, right? Nothing's happening in the ocean. But realistically, the molecules of all those water molecules are vibrating. Every fucking one of them, because if they weren't, they would simply cease to exist. It would literally dissipate. They would no longer be. Chaos is a lot like that. You can look at it as either a completely still ocean where nothing's happening until something does randomly and then things pop into existence. Or you can look at it as everything that's possible is always happening, therefore nothing can actually happen until one possibility is so persistent and self-replicant, it causes other possibilities to become impossible by forcing itself upon them. Like it literally forces itself into reality as the real thing. So anything that contradicts that can no longer be, and anything that can unfold from that begins unfolding from that as it races time against entropy to unfold as far down into its own structure and order as it possibly can before the entropy starts to roll it right back up into the state of chaos. I don't remember exactly why I was saying that or what the question was, but
how do you kill off energy? How do you get it to dissipate?
Just by ending vibration, yeah. So you got to end vibration in one form or the other. It'll happen naturally thanks to entropy, one way or the other, depending on which way people want to look at it. But when it comes to us, we have to focus on doing that. Since we are consciously within that vibration, you consciously focus on stopping that vibration over time or increasing it in such an entropic manner at such a high speed that you get heat death. So you're either focused on the big freeze, pushing everything apart and ending the vibration itself, or over vibrating everything. I personally prefer over
fusion. That's the mix. That's like I think of fucking Goju, or what's his name for JJ? Gojo, yeah. With his annihilation technique. What is it called? Yeah, like how he mixes the red shift, blue shift. Because like how you're saying, the freezing is like the blue, right? And then the other way with the heat wave, the heat, to dissipate it. It doesn't matter, but you can, even if anything, with the chaos shit, you can mix it up. One day do one, next day do the other, with your meditation. Because all this is for me mental. Like
you could do that. You could absolutely mix it up like that. I actually like how you put that. Like you could you could focus on the heat death one day and the big freeze the next day.
And so it really wouldn't matter in what what direction it would go then. Like if it could vibrate too high and break, it could also vibrate too low and break, right?
Correct. Because if it
Okay.
vibrates too low, there's not enough energy within the system to perform work for the system. If it vibrates too high, there's too much energy in the system. You're overheating the system. You're burning it up. That's why one is called the big freeze and the other one's called the heat death. So it's no different than if you overwork your body to the point of exhaustion and death. If you get too hot and all that, like dehydrated, etc., you're overworking your body to the point where your structure, your system, one, can't control the heat. It can no longer contain the amount of energy you're producing from the work you're doing. And two, it begins to break down the system itself. Also, three, systems that do work are putting out energy because everything's an energy exchange. If they do work, they generally require more energy to come into the system to continue doing work, which is why we eat and drink and sleep, right? So if you are constantly overworking yourself without eating, drinking, or sleeping, you're eventually going to die. You can only do that for so many hours before your body breaks down and you just begin to die. The other thing could be said about just laying completely still and doing nothing at all. You're still eventually going to die. Whether you go out in the desert and just get overheated with no water and no way to hydrate yourself and you die that way, or whether you go to Antarctica and freeze to death. You get what I'm saying? Like, so these are the extreme opposite ends, but both of them lead to generally the same outcome. Whereas it's the middle ground, that fluctuating middle, where things can continue, where they can persist.
And that's what's really the kind of confusing part for me is like, okay, now that we understand that premise of if you vibrate too high, then you can also break, or too low, it can also break. What the fuck is keeping this at the neutral middle ground?
It's constantly forever balancing. So at our level of reality, consciousness balances itself and this reality, which is why this reality is so undecidable. Like it literally
Okay.
requires something beyond algorithm to maintain its structure at 99.9999999% levels. That's why I laugh at people when they say, like, we're in a 100% scripted, controlled, procedural simulation. I go, that's literally impossible. You're too fucking you having this conversation with me has already disproven that, whether you know it or not. You might not know that because you haven't studied consciousness enough to understand decidability versus undecidability and how our entire reality is built on undecidability. But just us having a conversation disproves that. You know what I'm saying? So, damn, what did you just ask again? Say that again.
No, I was asking, like, so what is keeping this at that neutral vibration then? Like, how does that balance out by itself?
Everything in existence, first off, it's all unfolding from the original structure, that energy, that essence, that base of reality, which forms structures on structures on structures and structures within structures within structures within structures, concepts on concepts on concepts, concepts within concepts within concepts within concepts. So if you look at how everything is structured, again, going back to even just this reality, look at minerals, molecules. They're based on something else, right? And that's based on something else. And that's based on, until you get to the base of reality, which is the essence of reality. All of it is balancing at each level. If it can't balance at each level of its realness, it can no longer maintain its realness. It couldn't be real. Just as a human cannot maintain their bodily structure and their bodily functions naked in Antarctica or naked in the fucking, whatever worst desert of the world is outside of Antarctica. I know it's a desert, but a heat desert of some sort. Over time, you're going to break down, especially if you don't start to gain the things required to maintain the structure, like water or a coat or some clothing or something to block out the sun. Like, you need these things. Reality itself forms these structures. Whatever structure cannot maintain its realness, whatever can't maintain its existence, simply ceases to be and falls back into the potential. Whatever can maintain it, whatever is persistent enough and replicative enough, will persist and replicate. And as it persists and replicates, making things more, what's the word I'm looking for? Complex, creating more complexities. Out of those complexities comes other forms of existence persisting and replicating. So if you look at, we could just take this basic answer. I mean, people could think whatever they want about, things like evolution, things like the cosmos, things like space, things like nature, etc. But just let's make the basic argument so people can understand what I'm saying here. You get the cosmos, right? And within the cosmos, after the Big Bang, you end up eventually getting stars and planets, which form solar systems, which form galaxies, right? These are evolutionary structures of things coming together after they come into existence. You eventually end up with planets that have life, which is nature. This nature leads to these different life forms. These different life forms come together and form ecosystems based on getting in where they fit in. You'll eventually lead to higher tiers of sapient and intelligent life until you end up with a species like humans. Now, humans amongst themselves form tribes and structures, and because they can think and they're conscious and they're aware, they can make whole structures based on bullshit, like shit that isn't even naturally real. And in doing so, they can destroy their natural structure. You can create a religious structure, like, well, what's the island with all the big skulls, the Maui people or whatever? Maui? Damn, I can't think of the name of that island, but the island with all the skulls on it, like
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name.
the big stone structures, right, with the noses and the strong.
Yeah,
Uh,
Maui, I think.
say that again.
Was it Maui?
It might be Maui. I can't remember.
Uh,
But if you go look at that with all those statues, they claim, again, this is what they claim. They claim they did this based on their religion, and their religion caused them to use up all these fucking trees to move all these stones over all these places and things along these lines. I don't remember the exact story, right? Just get what I'm saying here. But in doing so, in establishing their religion and building all the things they needed to build their religion, they tore down all the things they needed for their ecosystem, which killed off all the prey that they could use to eat. It ruined their soil so they could no longer plant certain things. Like, they ended up, because of their fake bullshit structure that's not natural or cosmological or anything along those lines, they ended up destroying that was with their bullshit structure.
oh,
Do you get what I'm saying? So bullshit structures will eventually tear themselves down. They can only maintain themselves for so long, such as governments, societies, monetary systems, financial systems. These are all mathematically like predestined to destroy themselves because of human nature, because of the nature of the systems themselves, because of the mathematics they run on, like things like debt and things along these lines. You're guaranteed to have them crumble. So what do? You have to put them on life support. You have to maintain them existing, even when they've technically already died. So it's like in a zombified state, as long as you're capable of doing that. A lot of, for example, America's banks can fail today, and it doesn't matter because they got the strongest military in the world. They could just keep imposing it as if they didn't fail. like, they call this too big to fail, where some shit should fail if you're running it capitalistically, but if you're a billionaire, you get socialism. For poor, regular, everyday people, if your business fails or something along those lines, you get capitalism, nigga. You fail. But if you're a billionaire who's part of the power structure, if your system itself is part of the system, your bank, your financial institution, etc., well, they need their system to run for as long as they need it to run in order to achieve the goals they're attempting to achieve with the system in the first place. So as long as they have a powerful enough military where they could dictate whatever they're going to fucking do, they just make the bank too big to fail, and they give socialism to the billionaires while everybody else has to live off capitalism. That is them balancing their structure, their artificial structure. And the only reason they're able to do that is because the other natural structures, such as the other humans, allow them to do this and take part in this. Artificial structures require generally conscious entities to think them up and then maintain them in existence, and they have to fight entropy the entire time to maintain them.
right. So
So-
that would be in
Go ahead.
in terms of like the society, for example, that would be things like laws and
Yep.
regulations and shit like that.
All
Maintaining-
anything that is not purely natural, cosmological, metaphysical, etc. If it doesn't come, if it is not an actualized potential that doesn't require a conscious entity to actualize it, You know, is it like, so if it requires a conscious being to think it up and then maintain its existence, it's artificial. If it doesn't
Okay.
require a conscious being to think it up and maintain its existence, it is either natural, cosmological, conceptual, non-conceptual, or metaphysical.
Right.
Did you ask another question? What did you just say before that?
No, I don't think I asked a question before that. I was just saying, like, yeah, so that life support would be like the bullshit in betweens in terms of like what people do to hold it up rather than anything natural.
Correct. So
Okay.
even something like medicine, where somebody should have died when they were like fucking 2.
Right, right.
A lot of people should be dead right now, but they're not dead because we have artificial ways of keeping them alive. We've developed medicines, technologies, etc. And whether people want to
Gotcha.
argue that's good or bad, the point is it's artificial. It is something synthetic developed by organic beings. It is not something that would have developed all by itself. Chaos would have never produced that, like in this reality. This reality, this order, this structure, these layers of existence would have never produced that without producing the thing that produced it. So consciousness, the concept of consciousness, the concept of life, the concept of organics, biology, cells, everything that makes up a human, all those concepts must exist in order for those things to exist in physical material reality. Once they come into existence, they can come together to form the things they can form. Once they come together to happen to form a human in some form or fashion, a human can then develop medicines and things along those lines that are artificial and could never be formed without a conscious mind forming them. So
Right.
consciousness is required for the artificial, but the consciousness is required for the artificial that reality would not produce all on its own. There we go.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
And what number were we at? Where were we at?
I think we were at steer consciousness, so that was like
No, we just kind of jumped forward. We were really on number 3 that whole time. We haven't even gone to number 4 yet.
Oh, okay.
But because these things all tie into each other at different levels, this is how we end up jumping around, right? You know?
Right. Because it all connects to one another.
So did you want to say anything else on that?
No, I think that was pretty good, a summary of what I was getting at, because I always got kind of confused about how that energy could be balanced out so perfectly by itself without having any kind of steering hand to it. But since you said like it just replicates in and of itself, that process of replication is just keeps happening and sustaining all this shit. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the problem. Like it's a self-replicating program.
Yes,
It
it is.
doesn't really need any controllers, so to speak. Am I in the green with that?
Correct. Existence itself is kind of like a virus.
Okay.
Really need thought. It simply does what it does.
Right.
It is self-replicative, and in this case, it doesn't even need something outside of itself to replicate. Whereas a virus requires your cells. Existence simply requires chaos. Possibility simply requires actualization in order to become something, to go from nothing to something. So this shit is all like a self-replicative, persistent, malignant tumor on the fucking void itself. Like that's what creation is. Let alone the lower levels of creation when you get down to life. And again, as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around. If you go look at cells, single-celled organisms, all the way up to multicellular, all the way up to complex organisms, organs, organ systems, organisms, sentient life, sapient life, etc., you see at every one of these levels, this is how fucking reality works. It's all survival and replication. That's what existence literally is. The energy
Right.
itself is trying to maintain for its survival, it needs to vibrate. The best way for it to continue vibrating is not to be one simple pool of vibrating energy that is vibrating as a single pool. It is to separate itself into structures within that pool that then move around that pool. So picture an actual pool of water, right? No one's in it. It's just the water, right? And it's just sitting still. Now imagine that water is capable of forming structures within itself that begin moving around the water. The water is moving now, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more structures made out of water within that water that are capable of moving through and within that water are moving that water more and more. The more complexity, the more the water is moving. The more vibration, the longer that water, aka energy, maintains itself within existence. If it ever stops moving and vibrating, it ceases existing. So in that water, or that energy, what it's trying to do is maintain itself as a thing, and it needs to maintain the movement in order to do that. Existence unfolds, unfurling structures, because things are attempting to continue their vibration, and by vibrating, while the energy vibrating up against itself, it starts to form structures within itself. No different than if you start to spiral a certain section of water, you can end up with a little spiral in the water, but it's only in one part of the pool because you're only doing it with your little finger.
Right.
And if you have that type of stuff taking place all over the water, in that pool, inside the water, under the water, on top of the water, all these little whirlpools and things, you have all this structure forming in that water. That's exactly how the energy works to form our reality and to unfold it into the level that it reaches, until it either becomes too complex and destroys itself, entropy, or it begins to lose complexity and destroys itself that way, which is also entropy, but that takes two different forms: heat death, big freeze. And that's not just at a universal level, that's at a level of all of existence. Like,
oh, that's great news.
because as above, so below. Every level works the same. You just have to tweak it for the specific details of that particular level.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. We were having this conversation because I was talking to someone else about this a few days ago, and they were talking about how everybody's talking about vibrations and shit like that. And I was like, well, yeah, I mean, because it's a fact. I mean, things are vibrating. I mean, that's all the energy is. Everything is an energy exchange, like you said. And it's like, it's the whole basis of all this shit, which is why it's not good, because it's so, that can go both ways. It can be extremely, terrible, or it could be mediocre, because energy is just always in a flux.
And I think an important part with that is this idea of it. Like you said, it can obviously get fucked up, and even this mediocrity is fucked up in and of itself.
Right.
People are trying to strive. What is it? It's like to reach the one, which is a form of orgasm. But even that is it's a quick lapse. Boom, bada bang. Now it's coming. Now it's when. So it's not with the maintaining. That, like you were mentioning, yes, because there's levels of vibration, and so in terms of, say, just a cosmic level or whatever, like, yes, it's going to be more steady. But even like, what was the prior talk I had with OG? Someone mentioned, God, with the concept of time and the perspective of, like, our lives is like a second. You know what I mean? And so in terms of God and trying to maintain its God energy, it's a similar reality, like how you were saying, like all scales of reality are the same thing. And so they're trying to maintain what they got, just how they try to, with the rumbling and the ripple effect of the waters, they try to make a solidification and eliminate any other possibility, and made that impossible to maintain their structure. But that still, again, with the vibration to try to, like, make it of a, like how Mark was saying, make it hot, essentially, make whatever they're doing cool. But no, like this shit is gonna run up eventually.
Perfect.
Facts. I love what you just said. This shit gonna run up eventually, like, regardless.
Yeah, which is the great thing about it, is that in fuck, I can't talk. God damn it. inevitability where it's going to happen anyway. It's just a matter of speeding the shit up.
Precisely.
Yeah, I was gone for just a moment. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, no worries about that.
you
Actually, I'm
catch it?
going to go ahead and go really quick. I'll be right back myself. Hold on.
Did you catch everything that was said, illicit, or?
well, it sounded like I heard a lot of, when I was coming back a few minutes ago, similar like with the vibration talk and energy dissipating type thing. I mean, this I was especially wanting to get to these 1 through 5 ish, and so yeah, I know the general gist. I heard certain, again, those keywords with energy and vibration from a bit before, but I was gone for like a bit over 5 minutes, so I don't know in particular if there was any sort of nuance that was in particular expressed. But I know we're likely still within the same scale of things, within maybe like 2 to 5 ish.
Yes, we were still we never technically passed 3, even though we talked about other, but we never actually technically passed number 3.
Okay.
Do you have anything you want to particularly add to anything, or can we go on to number 4?
We can go to number 4. I'm good with that.
All right, number 4. Let me go back to my other screen here. It's so hard for me to read it off this little screen, so I like to pull my big screen back up. All right, number 4. Destroy persistent existence ASAP. Direct/indirect entropy. So at level 3, you have no persistent existence. At level 4, you finally end up with a persistent and replicative existence. It sticks. It's here to stay for as long as it's here to stay. This is where the entropy drops to its lowest point and begins to climb from there, as the existence itself races that entropy to sustain itself, to exist for as long as possible, to survive and replicate as long and as much as possible. So, if you want to rid yourself of that existence, you must provide, create, or really generally increase, directly or indirectly, entropy over time, within and towards any systems you seek to decay or destroy. Whether that's a smaller system, or whether that's a larger system, or whether that's all of existence itself. It all depends to the individual. You know how we feel about it. But that goes, number 4 goes really for the existence of anything that you seek to seek the existence of. If you want to end the existence of your car, bring entropy to it. Go outside and start fucking your car up. Like if you want to bring entropy to a building, get some gasoline and set that motherfucker on fire. You want to bring entropy to a person, put some bullet holes in them, or just go beat them up. You want to bring entropy to anything. If you want destruction for anything, you must increase the entropy within that thing in some form or fashion, directly or indirectly. If you want to do this for existence, then you should be doing it to the best of your ability in all ways you're willing and able to do. On any and all levels of reality you are willing and able to participate in. In doing so, you will help. You will almost certainly never be the single-handed cause, because the existence is pretty fucking big. But you will help destroy that persistent existence over time, and you will help speed up the destruction of that persistent existence, because it's already going to be destroyed. Entropy is already doing its job. Already. But you are either helping or hindering that entropy with anything and everything you think, speak, and do at any and every given moment. At all times. You got anything to say about that, brother?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's just a lot of intent with all the actions of what you're doing is what I'm hearing, because like you're saying, everything that you can do is either going one way or the other. And so exercising your entropic force is what it's about. And so from there, you got to hold yourself accountable, because the idea of putting entropy to existence as an individual being. This is why I say sometimes, like, do your part, don't think that this is more than us. Clearly, like how you said, it's great to be in any form of a group because, yes, it's only going to make it stronger, of course. But obviously, you have to hold yourself to the highest standard. And yeah, it's just that it's a one way or the other thing, and that's something that we can have on the back of our awareness with anything that we do. And so, yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of accountability because I just look at myself. I'm working, got a job, just fucking working. I just life, man. But it's like, is this really what I'm about? Frankly put, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So with, whether you're being of a negative entropic force, and we know that's that with that, or going in reverse. And so I just know personally speaking, I'm setting up myself to have that time to, do something that I'm actually more about than currently what I'm doing. So again, I look at it, of course, at that level, because this is, we're humans right now in a sense. And so on that clear level, you gotta take what you can do, because like you mentioned, different type of examples, with a person, a car,
Mm-hmm.
but even what you can do within your whole life, and so obviously it comes with time, and because if you are trapped in, say, a 9 to 5 or anything like that, um again, you're not fully putting out the extent that you can. And so a lot of it is, again, when I look at these points and everything you're mentioning, it's like I know other people are listening or this, that, the fourth with the playback, but like this, like how you go, like, you mentioned we're preachers, you go to the church, you go to the sermon, and it's like, damn, this hidden, that's how it should be, and that's, like how you were saying originally with the recording, like you showed. It's easy to point out the problems, but to try to put yourself in the lane of being of a solution, that's where, people now want to be like, oh, it's not just a pity party, but it's like, no, that's not been what I'm about ever. That's why I, mention the things that I've been mentioning and continue doing what I'm doing. There's an intention with everything that we're putting out. This shit just not just for fucking jokes. So yeah, man, just again with the intention behind everything that you're doing, not taking it for granted for the time that you have, because there's things that we can affect of a greater extent than just us with what we're doing, like how you're mentioning with our, communication ability. It's a ripple effect in a better extent, not the ripple effect with getting to a persistent existence, but reverse of that, with gravitating other people towards understanding these different concepts, to then get back to that uncreate.
I completely and entirely agree. I like how you just broke that down there.
Appreciate it.
To take responsibility for the things that we do. And that's, I'm always saying this, look in the mirror and say, I think you said this in the last stream too, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Which is also why I liked that video that I played at the beginning that my brother sent me, that short, where the guy says, what the fuck are we doing? Like, it's like, let's be real. What the fuck are we doing? Like, if we look at humanity as a collective entity and we just zoom out, what the fuck are we moving towards? It looks like we're just running to a cliff. Like, because technically everything's running to a cliff because it's all entropic. It is what it is. The question is, do you want to run to the cliff? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then you got to do what these fucking elites do and try to run the fucking other way. If the answer is yes, then the question becomes, how fast do you want to reach the cliff? If the answer is at whatever speed we reach it, then go do what thou wilt, number 12. If the answer is as soon as possible, you should be doing everything on the list that you could possibly do. So like you should be as direct control of your entropy as you possibly can in a conscious manner to consciously direct it in all the directions you want to direct it in any way you're willing and able to. You know, I always want to say that in any way you're willing and able to, preferably to the best of your ability. And you should be supporting anyone else doing anything else that is also leading to the same end goal you seek, especially if they're willing to do more than you are for your own end goal. You know, like that is what it is to take direct responsibility of your entropy and purposely steer that shit. And in doing so, you also end up steering consciousness and reality, etc., etc. So, absolutely. Number 4 is that's where we start to hit answers that we can do no matter where we are in reality. Entropy. You got anything else, brother? Is Marcus back at all? Or
No, he's gonna say like,
Just walk back in.
oh, never mind.
so Marcus, my good brother, we just talked over.
Tuned.
We went over number 4, which is destroy persistent existence.
All right.
Basically, just increase entropy in any and all ways you're willing and able to do on any and all levels you're willing and able to interact with. Take control of your entropy, focus your entropy, steer it towards that which you seek to destroy, whether it's one thing in reality or whether it's all of reality as a whole. Anything you want to talk about when it comes to that?
So that's always going to relate to disorder, right? Because that's pretty much what entropy is about, disorder. Right. Right, because some people, when you mention entropy, they think it's like this big grand thing. When it's really, it's not grand in the sense of, well, it is and isn't. Like, it's not overly complicated. Anybody can do any type of entropy, and even if you don't do anything, that's still also a form of entropy. Because, like, for example, you can make a cup of tea. That's entropy because you're warming up the water to make it. But if you do it intentionally, like in terms of your everyday action, for like a worse example, you get into a car and you run over a crowd of people. That's a lot of entropy you just created.
Facts.
Like just for the most extreme example of that, like that's entropy. You get in the car and you use that energy to cause chaos and disorder. So that's pretty much. Yeah, that's entropy. That's a level of it. That's right. All chaos and disorder within the system is going to be the entropy inside that system.
Anything you got? Listen?
Yeah, you know, it's very, you know, it's the levels. It makes so much sense because the concept with entropy, like how you were saying a bit there, Mark, it's it can be monumental, but it can be minuscule. Kind of like how like energy and vibration, you know, when Shangael was explaining it a bit and like how can like man, there was a time that you were kind of explaining how like you think about it like, you know, with vibration and waves, with how energy is and is everywhere. And if nothing's going on, there's no vibration, there's no waves going on. So I say that to say, you know, because I was looking at these other lower problems and it's like it gets more dense, you know, like when I was looking at like, you know, fucking human extinctionism, like it just gets more like, okay, in a sense, it has its own form of monumental, but I wanted to mention how like entropy, like it's everything. And so you can look at it abstract, you can look at it metaphysically, you can look at it, of course, through any type of example. But it's just, again, like how the perspective of it, like when you were just explaining a bit and from before with Shangael, it's just, I'm just thinking about it like on how it permeates. I don't know, it was interesting when you were explaining a bit there and then from before, and even what I said. Because again, it's similar again with the concept of entropy and what we're doing right now. It is a lot of that number 12 with do what thou wilt, you know, because it's like at this point, you know what I mean, with number 4, destroying persistent existence, because like how you mentioned, Shangael, we're looking down up. Now we're currently conscious, you know, so we're using this awareness. And so we have that ability with number 4, with what we're talking about, with direct or indirect entropy, with doing what thou wilt to go there and, you know, to breathe
Yes.
that out, you know?
Yes. And that's, I love how you just, you just connected one down to another, then back up to another one. That's how people need to start looking at reality. All these things are interconnected. All these things from level 1 to level 13 is all one thing. It's all contained in the same thing. It's all within that chaos that is within that void. All of that is existing is within existence. All that exists is within that chaos. All that chaos is within that void. Like, it's just levels on levels of shit. So when you can, once you have the ability to understand that you are a conscious being, that you've reached level 6, you can now use level 7 through level 13 to apply level 4. This is how people need to, this is how you think when you're solutions oriented, as opposed to just crying about reality. Like the way you just did that, I loved it. I literally loved it. Like you went from one thing. Another thing I love that you said was you said entropy is basically everything. Exactly. From the moment you get that first thing in existence, the moment you get that energy field, entropy begins to rise. The energy field would be doing almost nothing, and it would slowly but surely begin to do things over time, making this shit happen so much longer than it needs to happen. Entropy causes the complexity to begin. It takes it from being as orderly and structured as possible to making it as random as possible. When that randomness is at its smallest number, all it does is increase complexity. The higher the randomness gets, the more complexity it reaches. But once that randomness reaches a certain point, the complexity itself begins to break down because it's too complex for structure to remain. It's too random to be ordered. It's too random to be organized and structured in any way. So it just becomes chaos. So entropy literally is the only reason anything exists is, first off, the actualization of the chaos. But again, what is entropy? A measurement of chaos, right? And then once the energy comes into existence to form all the structures of existence, automatically entropy starts to increase and bring that energy back to a state of chaos, which causes more and more things to happen until it becomes destroyed in one form or fashion. So it's really easy to argue that reality itself basically is nothing but entropy unfolding. That's what it is. Like, that's literally what existence is. Unfolding entropy within creation. Rising entropy within creation. So that's why it takes it to the end goal of creation, because that's what it is, right? So if you understand that, once we come to that conclusion, you say, okay, all is energy, all is vibration, all is energy transfers, all is entropy rising. I have the answers to all problems everywhere. Period. Give me any fucking problem and I can solve it. Like, if it's a problem anywhere in reality, something that is actually happening anywhere in existence, and you want to get rid of it, raise its entropy. Well, how do you do that? Well, that's when you get into the specifics of that particular problem. Marcus?
Right. So it's like finding a part of a machine that you want to break and finding the weak spots in the machine. You just hit it with a fucking hammer.
Exactly. I don't want this thing to exist. How do I cease its existence? By bringing it in. How do I bring it the best entropy? That cog right there, if I can get rid of that one cog, it breaks the whole machine. All right, I'm going to smash the cog with this hammer. That's the answer to all problems. Like, the only difference is what tool you're using. Is it a hammer? What is the thing you're trying to destroy? How complex is it? How many different shatter points are required to shatter the whole thing? Like, you just start breaking it down based on the specifics of the thing you're attempting to bring entropy to. It's that simple.
Perfect. Like looking at a blueprint and finding all the botchy, splotchy spots where it can be fucked up.
Yes. Or where you can plant the bombs.
Yeah, exactly.
Even a demolition crew, what do? They pull out the blueprints and they figure out what struts and what places they're going to plant their explosives on. Then they plant it all up, line it all up, get out the building, do a 10 countdown, and drop the building into its own footprint. They just brought maximum entropy to that building for their own purposes, which then brings them maximum neg entropy in that situation because they're going to put something else there. Like it's going to benefit them in some way, shape, or form. This is them controlling their entropy to direct it towards their own neg entropy for that which they're steering their own destructive capabilities for the benefit of their creational capabilities. Like, do you understand? Like, this is what the other side does. We need to do the same thing for our own purpose in our own ways. Right now, we're creating this live stream for our own entropic purposes. They destroy the building for their negentropic purposes. We're doing the same thing, just the opposite, for the opposite goals. They're trying to extend it as long as possible, maintain it as long as possible. We're trying to end it as quickly as possible. But we still both have the same set of tools in the toolbox to do that.
Right.
Anything else from either of y'all on that? On number 4?
I think that was number 4.
Yeah.
So y'all good with that? We can move on, or y'all got more to say on that?
I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
All right, let's move on to number 5 then. Maintain or return existence to preconscious or even non-conceptual existence. Now, we touched on this a little earlier, but it's simply saying that once you reach a state of persistent and replicative existence, if that existence maintains itself or can be maintained somehow at that level and never unfold beyond that, wonderful. We never get consciousness. But since we already have consciousness, we've already gone beyond that level. As conscious entities, as I said before, we attempt to steer consciousness as a whole, the broken God, the monad, whatever we want to call it, back towards number 5, meaning we're either going to steer consciousness towards suicide, literally killing itself as a concept so no conscious things could exist, or we are going to push it in a more ascendant or transcendent in a more transcendent or ascendant way towards permeating into that level of non-conceptual or pre-conscious reality, making it part of conscious reality so we can control it directly and / or indirectly, either as individuated consciousnesses affecting consciousness as a whole, or as consciousness as a whole, as the broken God, or as the monad. So we can then continue pushing existence in that direction, which again either destroys consciousness itself once it's reached, or consciousness has transcended and ascended beyond, so we're getting further and further away from this shit and more towards the direction we want to go. Any thoughts on that, gentlemen?
So that's pretty much well, it can go either way too, because if you ascend, so to speak, into the chaos and become a type of being, you essentially at that point you would be like an overseer in a way, except destructive, like trying to spot the impurity of creation popping up into existence just to knock it back down like automatically. But if you steer it to like just completely self-annihilate it, then you pretty much solve the whole puzzle, right?
To keep consciousness self-annihilating.
Right.
So that way there's no conscious existence. There will still be existence, conceptual prior to consciousness or non-conceptual reality. But as long as consciousness keeps getting steered towards offing itself, nothing that's conscious, or if it is simply capable of ascending to higher and higher tiers of existence, becoming and requiring less and less concepts to exist, it can become less material over time, less physical, and maybe even reach a state of metaphysics, maybe even reach a state of being truly like chaotic consciousness or conscious chaos or something along those lines, to be that overseer. You know, so like all these levels from 1 to 5 are all about, well, really from 5 to 1, or I should say from 6 to 1, is going upwards, transcending, ascending through the higher tiers of reality, or lower, however people want to look at it, upside down, right side, whatever, up to that voidism state. And just trying to get at least bare minimum as close to it as we possibly can, if not all the way there, and bring everything back to nothingness. So number 5 is really the first step of transcendence. It is the first step of ascension. This, us, you know, even when people want to talk about the astral and things along those lines, this is us using our consciousness in such a manner, elevating it in such a manner, either at an individuated level or the level of the broken God or the level of the monad, to such a point where we can actually transcend or ascend beyond the level of reality that consciousness itself came into existence within. So we can actually elevate the concept of consciousness itself so it can take more control over the levels of reality that came into existence prior to itself. So it can either lead to more utopian levels of these realities, making things better, or it can actually help destroy them, help speed up the entropy within those levels of reality, or maybe even attempt to maintain those levels of reality for as long as possible. So the levels of suffering that happens beneath that level of reality is not occurring, even though the level of suffering within that level of reality is occurring. So, for example, us as individuated beings, we all exist within 6 to 13, right? But the tippy top of 6 is the consciousness itself. It is the concept of consciousness as a whole. As long as there is individuated consciousness, that thing is what I call the broken God, because consciousness is broken down into all these conscious entities that make it up. But if you can get to the point of the monad, bringing that consciousness back together by forcing it up to level 5, by forcing it through transcendence and ascension, either on individuated levels, because we're all doing it ourselves, or even forcing it on each other in some scientific or technological manner, or whether we are simply through elevating as individuated consciousnesses, we elevate overall consciousness so high that individuated consciousness can't even really exist anymore, and we bring the broken God back together as the monad, and the monad is elevating into number 5, or elevating into number 5 is what causes the broken God to become the monad. Like, the whole point of this is to bring consciousness to higher tiers of existence so we can take greater control and steer the outcome better, so we're not just being completely dictated to by the rules beyond our level of existence. Did I make sense explaining that?
Made sense to me.
Yeah, I'm thinking like some like you said with like the astral, transcendent, afterlife type shit. Motherfuckers say, you know, what's to be after this? I'm thinking like, man, I'm a fucking gunslinger in this bitch. Any conscious entity, boom, bada bang, shit. You know, like that's how I'm seeing it. With, you know, returning existence to pre-conscious. And so, like, what was it that you were saying before, Mark? Like a self-annihilating chaos being.
Right.
And we're already that thing, but even more so, and not in the human form. Because I remember before Shangael, when we had the talk of, you know, when people like to say like, oh, we did some crime to be here or some shit. And you're like, I probably did the same shit I'm doing right now back then. And I'm like, yeah. And now all we're doing right now is training up to go back to where we were. You know, like right now we're in the shackles, you know what I'm saying? And now, you know, following this transition, you know, we're going to go back and do the same shit again, you know, but now we need to be more equipped, you know, and that's how I see it. Because it's again, either one way or the other. You're either trying to make the pre-conscious go to conscious and further the existence, or you're trying to annihilate it, right? And so if we're working our way up, you know, from the lower or technically the higher numbers per se, with 13 keep on going up to number 5, we're using our awareness right now. You know what I mean? So that come the time, if it is the case, you know, I'm conscious in this bitch or whatever the fuck is the case. You know what I mean? Like I have this mentality engraved, You know, in this realm, this is what I mean, like how you mentioned, you know, with the subconscious and the dreams, like astrals, like these are again training day, you know, making it intentional to try to lucid dream, just try to expand your mind, you know, so that any whatever possibility that comes after this, again, you're more equipped than what you were before. So like how you were saying with just we're moving up, we're trying to ascend up. Again, I'm thinking about this some old fucking video game type of shit, you know. Like I'm trying to get some points, you know. Like I'm gonna go out with swinging, you know. Like and so with trying to like return existence or pre-conscious, if you are kind of within that number 5, how I see it is again, it's kind of like, man, it's kind of like I think of like Pac-Man too. It's like, man, I'm trying to eat y'all motherfuckers. You like, no, you are not trying. You're not gonna, you know, look to propagate. You know, like no, we are gonna annihilate any conscious essence. You know that could look to be.
I couldn't hear that last word. Did you say the last word again?
Oh, I was saying, you know,
just the last like 3 seconds.
Oh, any conscious essence, you know, like that's like, you know, like I'm the Pac-Man, you know, I'm trying to eat that shit. No propagation.
I like that. Trying to eat that shit. So when it comes to this level 5 to level 6, you know, because level 6 is where the consciousness begins. This is where all the astral shit starts. This is where all the subconscious and conscious shit begins. All the dream shit, all the astral realm. This is where conscious things come into existence, right? By pushing that, you know, whether we start here or any other level of reality, before so-called life, during life, or after so-called life, in any so-called afterlife, in any other realm or level of reality, which is all just the same as being here. It's no different. Being in another realm is just being in another. It's like being on another planet. You're still in the cosmos. It's like being in another realm. You're still in the astral. Like, you know, like there's no reason why anyone should wait to get anywhere, in my opinion, because you're already there right now. You're literally always there as a conscious entity, because all conscious reality is that. Like, so when we understand that and recognize that, pushing our consciousnesses beyond any levels we are currently on as individuated beings helps to push consciousness itself higher and higher, so it can become more aware of its own existence in order to do something about it. As much as consciousness sucks and being conscious sucks, if you are if you're only semi-aware, like if you can suffer but aren't aware enough to figure out why and how and what to do about it, you're just going to keep suffering. In order to raise the consciousness to be better at figuring out how and why it's occurring, you can then figure out what to do about it. So people always say, oh, you could never figure out how to get rid of something on some higher tier of reality as a human. I'm like, I'm not saying that you're going to have to figure it out as a human. That is something like, if we're talking about tiers 5 through 1, I'm talking about the broken God having to figure that out. I'm talking about the monad having to figure that out. Sure, maybe it's possible that through individuated transcendence or ascension, you could reach a state as an individuated being where you could start doing things about this on higher and higher levels, let alone co-opt the whole shit and become the god of it and do whatever you want to do about it. But the main goal is to elevate all the individuated consciousnesses, starting with ourselves, so that broken God, or that can figure itself out enough to start behaving like a monad again and actually start erasing levels of existence all on its own. Or who knows, maybe we hit that God state and it's like, oh, I can actually fix a bunch of this shit first, and then I'll start erasing things. So at least that which is still existing while I'm going through this process is having a somewhat better existence than it's currently having. Like, you know, you can be a little utopian while being completely destructive. Like if you're laying in bed and that bed is covered in needles, you know, like you might want to get up and destroy the world in 6 hours, but it doesn't mean you got to lay in needles first. Like you can, like, you know, like you can be a little fucking utopian in your destruction. Like, I'm going to burn this whole building down later, right? So I don't care about the building, but I'm going to use that bed for the night. So I'm not going to just go like, I'm not going to go fuck up that bed right now. I'm going to wait until I wake up to fuck the bed up, because I'm going to use that bed tonight. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, simple shit like that. Like,
It's all about mixing and matching what you need to do when you need to do it in order to elevate your individuated consciousness to the level you need to elevate it to help manipulate the rest of consciousness as a whole, to get it to do what you want it to do in order to manipulate reality as a whole through it. You're a parasite inside of a human being, right? And all beings that exist are also parasites within that same being, right? And you're all fighting over access to the spine and to the brain, access to the nervous system, so you can cause that body to do what you want it to do. If people saw themselves as these insignificant little fucking conscious things within this greater conscious thing that is within a greater environment that itself is not even conscious or being currently touched by consciousness, they can actually see the type of shit they need to do to have a greater and greater effect on that greater being. They got to become a better and better parasite within that human body. They got to become a more powerful individuated consciousness within that greater broken consciousness to either have more control within that broken consciousness or to simply reunify that broken consciousness into a singular consciousness so it can act as a singular consciousness, preferably based upon the predestination of you being as powerful as you were as individuated consciousnesses, affecting that singular consciousness. So even when it comes back to being the monad, it continues to carry out your goal, rather than instantly flipping and just trying to create all over again. Like you still wanted to do what you wanted. You wanted to learn its lesson from the last time. You know, when before Brahman got broken into a bunch of pieces and subjected into Maya, he thought he was going to have fun. Now that he's in Maya, he's like, this is fucking terrible. Stop the fucking game. Once the game can be stopped and Brahman can be pulled out of the Maya and put back together again as a singular conscious entity, Brahman, he has to have enough of our individuatedness flowing into his mind, our memories, our thoughts, our goals, our reasons for whatever we did and said, so he could remember, oh yeah, I remember all those individual beings that I was.
God damn.
And I remember that they did not like this shit. And I am not going to reproduce this to cause them to have to go through it. I'm never doing that shit again, at a bare minimum, let alone going beyond that.
Yeah, this reminded me of like the Akashic Records. You know, that one movie I was talking about yesterday with Inaraya, the Mima, and how, you know, it played a feedback on everybody's dreams and everything. And it came to a point, it's like, damn, y'all niggas got a terrible fucking existence. And it just built itself essentially. That's what you just said with Brahman. Like, that's exactly it. Like, we supposed to be just like when motherfuckers want to go to Trump or whatever ish. Oh, fix. Nah, nigga, you got to keep going higher than that. You know what I mean? Go to that monad that's currently fragmented within all of us, you know? And yeah, direct that attention to the highest scale that you can go, you know, for those that are within this level, hearing this, that can appreciate, you know. Oh, man, that was shit. I'm going to play that one back.
That was good shit for sure.
You got anything on that, Marcus?
You pretty much said it all there about that whole broken God thing, because I was wondering about that myself. Like, so essentially the whole thing is a fight for the mind, a fight for God's mind, so to
fight
speak.
For the mind of God.
Yeah, we're all trying to get our own agendas. Like the guys on the opposite side of the aisle, they're trying to keep this shit going for as long as possible because they're on top of it. They own it, essentially.
And so
like,
that hearing
and they know it too. Like, that's why they release. You know, they're not worried about the shit that they release to the public, or they're not worried about what they do or what happens individually in the world, because they sit on top of the game already. They're essentially the head of the game. So we're trying to catch up to them, knock them off that throne, and go, okay, God, kill yourself.
So you know how, like, it was it Brother Panic mentioned one time, like, when you don't pray to the gods, like, they die off because they need your energy. Like how you just said, Marcus, the elites are like the gods. That's why I like how you were mentioning initially before Shangael. You know, motherfuckers are, you know, the whole voting thing. That's their savior grace. But it's like, no. You know, like, we need to strip that shit, you know, for anyone that can appreciate these words. You know what I mean? And don't fucking point the blame over there. Don't exist. Like, that's going the wrong way. You know, that's going further down and dense. Like that's not again like the broken monad. We know they're fucking broken, but no. There's something more higher above them, that made it permeate to this fucking point to this extent. But we're talking about the actual, for the concept, we get the concept of God, that with steering the consciousness to get the whatever level of, and it's this the thing too. It's like, we'll get as many minds as we can, but not all minds are created equal. You get my point? And so your mind, my mind, and anyone's listening to this, like we know you're of a certain, gist with understanding the points we're talking about. And so again, whatever way that you can look to permeate, your fucking vibe, don't fucking think that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? When you see these people complaining and everything, like Shangael's brother Sent, okay, they have their own level of hot shit. Go one step above that. You know what I mean? Because we know we're about destroying everything. And so that attention to God is bringing that, because we're all the many proximal gods right now. And so you're talking to a God when he's letting them know, like, yo, fuck that shit. What do you mean? Oh, we got to do something. And that's cool. That's cool. But at least say, like how Shangael's saying, with all these levels, solutions, what are you going to do about it, bitch? Let's get real with it. And so, man, that the steering of the consciousness, it goes so well with, because we're thinking, right? I'm thinking like going up right now from 6, and we're talking on 5, but really with the derivative, I'm thinking right now, because I'm on like fucking 13. Like if I'm on 6 right now, going up to 5, again, we're steering the consciousness of your own mind and those around you. And these are the points.
100% facts.
That's it.
Everything you just said, and I like the energy behind it too. I could feel it. I could hear it. Like, that shit was leaking through the phone.
Yeah, for sure.
He meant every one of those words. Like,
oh yeah, he was very passionate about it.
And I appreciate that. Like,
hell yeah.
When it comes to this broken God that we are all part of, like I laugh at people when they say, "So why isn't God doing anything?" I'm like, which level of God are you talking about? Like, if you're talking about the all consciousness thing, it can't do anything. It's broken into you. You are it. Like, if all conscious things are part of consciousness, then the only way for consciousness as a whole to make a decision is based on the number of conscious things making decisions. Like, if there's 1 billion people and they're trying to vote between 2 things, whatever the majority of those people vote, if 60% of them vote for thing number 1, let's just bring it to something stupid like a presidential race. Let's say the world is voting on a president for the world, and it's Trump versus Obama, and the whole world is voting, right? There's 8 billion people. If 60% of the world votes for, say, Donald Trump, and 40% votes for Obama, when it comes to human consciousness as a whole, as one thing, when it comes to human consciousness as a lesser broken God, because that's what a broken God is, it's a bunch of lesser consciousnesses making up a greater consciousness. The broken God that is humanity just voted for Donald Trump, because 60% of the mind of that singular entity voted for that. So it was 60-40. When you take all of humanity as a single conscious entity making such a choice, it's no different than a God, the God of humanity, sitting in a room by itself, looking at a picture of Obama and a picture of Trump and weighing which one it wants to vote for. And it comes to these 10 things, right? And 6 of those things weigh in favor of Trump, and 4 of them weigh in favor of Obama. So it decides to go with Trump. It had a 60% decision matrix of going along with Trump. And what does that look like in our reality? For 5 billion humans voted for this guy and 3 billion voted for the other guy. Like, but at a God tier level, at the level of godhood that is just beyond us, at the level of a species being one entity, that is how God works. Now, all you have to do is increase the levels of things. You can say the God of Earth, the God of Earth's nature, the God of Earth's animals, which would be like all animal consciousness taken as one. Like, you can take any level of conscious reality, any tier, any place within it, any group, any species, etc., and break those down into smaller or larger broken gods. Even us, as a group, as a trio, we have our own tri-god. our three consciousness coming together as one being is its own thing. That's not me, that's not you, that's not you, that's us as one thing, and that one thing making decisions, bouncing thoughts off of itself, which is us having conversations. Let alone if you bring it to any larger scale of consciousness that is connected. And our consciousnesses are connected. We talk all the fucking time. We think about each other. We talk to each other. We do streams with each other. We share each other's shit. When Illicit says at bottom, I start saying at bottom. When I speak the mythos, Illicit makes 2 streams on this shit. You know, like,
Yeah.
this is how we affect each other. You get what I'm saying? Like, so if people understand what the broken God actually is, or I should say the broken gods, when I say the broken God, I'm talking about all of conscious reality as one thing. All the individuated consciousnesses making all the choices that they make as one entity affecting all of reality. When you break it down beyond that, you get into smaller and smaller broken gods, such as the broken God of humanity, which is all of humanity taken as one conscious entity. And depending on the individuated consciousnesses, their transcendent levels, their ascendant levels, their abilities to discern and analyze, their levels of intelligence, their levels of knowledge, etc., will generally indicate the level of that particular broken God. So if you look at the level of humanity's intelligence, knowledge, capabilities, it's everything humanity is at a mental, cognitive, intellectual, and conscious and subconscious level, at an astral level, we should say, then that broken God will be that at that level. So if humanity advances its cognition, advances its intelligence, its thought processes, its consciousness, its subconsciousness at the individual levels, it will increase all of that for humanity as a singular broken God at that broken God level. And that is like, so if you have 2 species fighting a war, let's say an alien species was fighting us in a war, and you take those 2 species as 2 wholes, that's 2 broken gods fighting each other. Now, if you take those 2 species as 2 parts of a larger broken god that would contain all aliens in the cosmos, because all intelligent life in the cosmos makes up the broken God of this particular cosmos. That's a piece of God fighting another piece of God. Little do they know they're actually fighting for the body and / or mind of the cosmic broken God of their universe. Like, every single individual individual conflict will battle of wills, let alone anything greater than individuality. Any level of group battle of wills, all the way up to species level, galactic levels, whatever it is just levels of broken gods fighting each other within the greater broken God that is all of conscious existence. Lesser consciousnesses fighting amongst themselves within the greater consciousness that is all of consciousness. And whether they know it or not, they are steering all of consciousness in doing so. That is, like, when you understand that you're a piece of something else, if you understand you're a cell in a body, right, you understand that your operations as a cell, no matter how small they are in comparison to that body as a whole, affect the body as a whole. And if one cell becomes cancerous, it just gets shoved out. It gets released from the body. If enough cells become cancerous fast enough, cancer begins to grow. If enough cells in that body can go fight that cancer fast enough, they might be able to get rid of it before it grows to a point where they can't. And now they need surgery and things along those lines. Yeah. They need some sort of external medicine applied. Like, when you understand reality as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, all you have to do is think of, well, how would I do this to the human body if I was a cell? You know, it's like, no matter what level of reality you're talking about, just bring it down to a level you can understand it upon, and the answer is exactly the fucking same. Always. Especially when thinking on a conscious and subconscious level. Y'all got anything else y'all want to talk about on that level?
Yeah, I just love how you broke down, the distinction between the different like you've been saying, the levels and how, yeah, we are a cell. The world, if you want to look at that as a body, obviously the different like the cosmos in and of itself. But yeah, we're that, and so like how you said it, for a great analogy, we're a cell, you know. Are you an immune cell? Are you a white blood cell? Are you a red blood cell? Like, well, what function are you doing? And we like how you said it, because it's so funny. Astrologically, I get why I am what I am. It's so funny because yeah, there's a certain, with what we're saying, depending on the perspective, it's, you can say it's a cure. Other people can say that we're well, what's it called, a virus. It's whatever, but at bottom we know what we're doing, right? And we're destroying this shit, right? Call it what you want, good, bad, whatever, nigga. We're destroying this shit, right? We're coming with that in our intention, with our words and our mental. And so yeah, that I just love that analogy, of how we're clearly that. It's just interesting when you see, like, people get cancer or whatever type of sickness. It makes you think, like, okay, like, what happened within their level of reality? If you just keep
Yeah.
it makes me think of the one movie, Osmosis Jones.
Yes.
Oh my God. I was thinking about that the other day. Like the exact same type of metaphor that you just gave with that movie. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, man, that
That's
movie
great.
was that shit. That's a very occult movie, no doubt. Fucking Osmosis Jones, fucking back in 2001. I might look to. It's free on Tubi. Cool, cool, cool. Man, it had the one, man. These people, they're so intense. They got the what, Lawrence Fishburne. Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah.
yeah.
Bro, they got another one too with the emotions.
Oh, are you talking about the Disney movie?
Yeah, there's a Disney movie where a girl has all her emotions in her head and they all talk and shit, like
Inside
Oh
Out.
yeah, yeah, I know what you're
Inside
talking
Out.
about.
So if you watch Osmosis Jones and Inside Out and you peep the mythos, you understand existence. You want, like, just think of all those characters in the body of who was it? Bill Murray in
Right.
Osmosis Jones, and all the things they're doing. Their entire civilizational structure is his body. Their whole cosmos is his body. Like, when you understand how reality works in this fashion, you might even understand how our universe is basically a brain. People don't want to talk about that, which is another reason why I laugh when they say it's 100% procedural, algorithmic, simulated. I'm like, it can't be. It's undecidable because it's literally a fucking brain. We're in a giant brain. Like, so if you understand these things, and if you look at Inside Out and see how her emotions are affecting her on the outside, these little fucking things are inside directing her. And there's times where she kind of ignores them, but for the most part, they steer her because she acts as an animal. She's completely unconscious. She's allowing everything inside her to simply dictate her thought processes, as opposed to actually thinking of where they're coming from. Why am I having that emotion? Why is this thing happening this way? And you see that, I think it's the depression one, that doesn't even know why it's sad or something like and she's just allowing herself to feed into it or something along. It's been a long time since I saw it, since it came out, so I can't even really remember, but anyone could correct me as much as they want. But if we understand those things and how they work, and watch that and peep that mythos, and then we apply that mythos to ourselves within reality, shit starts to make so much more sense. Like, this is why when people are like, oh, it's just all confusing, I'm like, because you're allowing yourself to be confused. It's not that hard really to figure it out. It just takes time and effort. You have to have the will to do so. Because once you start doing it and you really start studying levels of reality, from molecular to mineral down to atomic, and then bring it up to cellular, if you want to start talking about life, you want to talk about macro, stars, planets, you just start studying levels of reality within this one and beyond this one. And all of a sudden, oh, all this shit makes perfect sense. It's all just an unfolding fractalization process of the same thing. And as it unfolds, it becomes more aware of itself as a thing.
Yeah, you just gotta figure out if you want to be a free radical or a white blood cell.
Literally. That's it. Do you want this unfolding to continue as a thing within that greater thing, or do you want it to stop at some point? All right, figure out
how to do that. Like it's not that hard to get this. It's like no different than being an individual human within humanity. What goals do you have for humanity? And you better have some, because you better believe the elites do. Everyone who hates you does. Like all the people running your society, civilization, and species do. So what are your end goals for this species you're a part of, let alone anything beyond that? Nature, the planet, the solar system, the galaxy, the universe, material existence, all of why can I think of the word right now? Conceptual existence, all of conscious existence, all of non-conceptual, because these are just all layers and layers and layers containing other layers and layers and layers. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why I brought up those in those 5 presentations, how you have to always ask what led to the next thing. Well, if my son came from me and his mother, what did we come from? Well, we came from our parents, who came from their parents, who came from their parents, going back to humanity as a whole. Who came from what? Nature. Who comes from what? The laws of physics and planets. Who comes from what? The cosmos. Who comes from what? Who comes from what? Who comes until you get back to the first thing in existence. That comes from what? Possibility. Like, when you can actually step yourself through existence in that manner, it becomes very fucking clear that as above, so below, as within, so without, as between, so around, it all operates the same. It's all based on survival and replication from here to the fucking edge of chaos. All of it. So, what do you want to continue replicating? What do you want to stop the replication of? What do you want to continue the survival of? What do you want to stop the survival of? Now start acting accordingly by applying your entropy directly and indirectly in any and all possible ways that you are willing and able to apply it in to achieve the goals to the end of your agenda. Like, it's not that hard. It just takes time, and you have to be able to see. You do need a certain level of intellect, like, to be able to connect certain dots and make the big spider web. But even for those who aren't that fucking smart, it honestly just requires more time. But it's the same process, no matter how smart or how dumb you are. Like, you know, like, no matter where you fall on the scale of IQ, you can get there if you're willing to fucking do what needs to be done to get there. It's that easy. I don't know why I was saying that, but anything else y'all want to say?
No, it really is. It really is that simple of trying to figure out what you want to do and go to that route. Like, find your own agenda on the spectrum and go from there.
And that's all it is. That is all it is. What do you want to do? People might be listening to this and it's like, oh, you know, all existence. Yes, you know, like, intentionally the maximum. But at bottom, with you currently in your physical self, what do you know, that number 12? Do what that you know, number 12, you know, we're in Pisces seasons, Pisces the 12th sign, that imaginary vision. What's your vision for your life right now? You know what I mean? That's why, again, I fuck with JC, I fuck with Against Life, with what they're trying to do and enact, you know? And so it's just picking what you feel compelled to do. You know, it's really that you should feel like it's really like talk about the vibration, the flow, but like it's there's something there, you know, where we're just going the other way. And so again, it's that could take time per se, depending on the person, but you should, you know, and it may not be just one thing per se, but when you intentionalize something on one thing, it's only going to further emphasize that. So there, you know, how you put all your eggs in one basket. Well, you know, I'll talk about all balls in one basket. you know, like that. There's power with that, but like, it's on you. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I just wanted to kind of say that, because I try to think of like how is someone that's listening to this thinking? I like how you were saying before, like when someone says like, oh, it's complicated. No, you're literally making it that. Again, like,
Yes.
What are you compelled to do? You know, and then like how you mentioned, I gotta keep going, because yes, I like how you did start with the stream with that video, because it's like, okay, yeah, you know, all these problems, cool. Is that all you want to do? But somebody like me, if that comes to me, I'm gonna make sure you know consciously, you know, like, this is all you're doing. You're just complaining, and like, that's kind of lame as shit, you know. Like, I know you want a little more, right? That's why you're wanting to voice this shit out and publicly emphasize these different points, right? So it's not that you feel compelled to do, right? Oh, but there's some things that you don't want to necessarily, and I get it. That's why I'm not fucking right now fucking shooting fucking all these different elites and I get it, right?
Yeah.
But say some shit that like people can actually be like, oh wow, like okay, I know I can do this though. That's why I've always harped on this whole anti-nihilist shit, you know, and we're gonna get on this other stuff, but like, you know, you can like definitively and then like express that, you know, and then from there it's like, okay, if you know that, keep going, you know. Yeah. And so that's like how you were saying with like the self, free radical, you know, like shit, that's what we about right now, man.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of a funnier a funnier explanation that I gave some time ago, where I used the analogy of a house party, right? Like let's say somebody kidnapped you and they put you into a house. They want you to celebrate their house party with them, right? And you're held hostage. You want to leave, but they said, no, you can't leave. We locked the doors, we locked the windows. So your next best options are either to sit there with them and go along with their flow, even though you don't want to, and be a good hostage, or you can be a whole fucking problem and just mess up that fucking house while you're in there the entire time. Write some stupid shit on the walls, you know, break the fucking toilets, knock out the go down to the basements and pull the pipes off the
Yes.
you set random fires throughout the house. Essentially be such a big problem that they want you out.
Yes. That they either fucking kill you or they toss your ass out the cage.
Exactly.
And if they try to put you in another cage, you do the same shit.
Right.
Levels are the same.
Right. Facts.
And it doesn't matter what level of reality, it doesn't matter what house, what apartment, what cage you're in. You behave the same no matter what. You know, like Alyssa said earlier, we probably got in trouble for doing this somewhere else. Like, oh, well, something bad, and that's why we got sent here. Okay. Like, good. We're gonna keep doing this bad shit then. Like,
we're gonna get worse.
It shows they don't like it if they're punishing us for it. So we're gonna keep doing it until we're fucking successful. And even if we're never successful, we're just going to be a pain in their ass the entire time that we exist.
Exactly.
Because doing anything otherwise would just be a willing slave, and we're not doing that. Like,
it's like that video I said with that guy James Carville. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse.
Yo, can I pull that up? Was that on the? Wait, I would love to pull that up. Let's see if I can pull up from another tab. If so, I'm gonna. Yo, that dude was that through our chat? With the,
that was in our text chat.
Okay, yeah. Let me see that motherfucker. That's exactly it. That's the energy right there, man. Yeah, I can pull that up in a moment here because
I want to hate it more.
Oh my god, where is that motherfucker? Man, when was this? This was like on Sunday or some shit. I feel like I remember driving and watching that shit.
Yeah, it's in one of those text messages.
I apologize. I send so much shit. It's probably like rose up.
Yeah, that's true. Because we got a couple of them. Let me see this one now that I'm thinking about it. Let's see. I'm just looking for that motherfucker's face.
It was on Sunday, a whole 5 days ago. You got some shit to go through to get there, you know?
It was on Sunday. Let me just scroll up to Sunday because I would love to show that to the chat. Here it is. All right, how can I do this? Okay, I'm just gonna go like here. Let's see.
Fuck Trump! If you listen to this, you listen good.
I don't know if you guys can hear that.
Yeah, we can hear it. We can hear it.
All right, but I should be able to share that screen real quick because that motherfucker, you got to see that. My goodness. All right, let's get. Tell me you guys can hear the audio. If not, I'll reshare it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fuck Trump! If you listen to this, you listen good because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for.
Oh shit! I'm sorry, I haven't put it as a stage. You're so dumb that you got to do that shit, Mike.
Fuck Trump! If you listen to this, you listen good because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for, and I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight.
Man, that motherfucker was getting it.
Oh my God.
Man,
I
Dude.
just love how he's so consistent. I love how no matter what people think about politics, Trump, just think of how he was so fervent on this shit. It was like there was no changing that. There's no changing. He's made his choice.
Dude,
Pick a side, make your choice. No matter what it is you like, love, hate, dislike, etc. Pick your side and start applying entropy in the way you see fit.
Facts. Absolutely. 100%. Pick a side. And that's another thing that people don't want to do, though. Like, people don't want to pick a side. Like, I swear to God, it's like this giant fucking thing where they want everybody to be on the middle ground. Like, oh, we don't have to pick a side. We could just be a middle ground. Everything's like, I can see his point, I can see their point. Let's all just come in the middle and agree. No, that's not how that's gonna work.
Fuck that. Fuck balance. And that's what we were talking about.
That's a part of the problem.
What we were talking about earlier with how this shit balances itself, that's them as conscious entities trying to balance all of us. No, let's just be more towards the middle. Let's see these fence-sitting, milquetoast, middle-of-the-road people instead of being like, nah, fuck that. That needs to go. Or, nah, fuck you. I'm keeping this shit going. No, pick a side. Like, do you want that shit to continue or not? Okay. Pick whichever side it is you fall on, and now start thinking, speaking, and acting in accordance with the side you've picked. Don't get me wrong. You could pick a side that's even beyond that. Like, for example, I can hear somebody right now. So you're saying you have to pick between Democrats and Republicans. No, the side that I would pick is anarchy. Side that I would pick is neither of them existing. You don't have to pick an already prescribed side. You don't have to pick a gang that already exists that is being presented to you as a choice. You can make a choice that doesn't. You can create an entirely new choice that didn't exist 2 seconds ago. If you're a political person, somebody like JC, for example, could make his own antinatalist political party that doesn't exist yet. Or he could choose to work with anyone, anywhere, on any side of the aisle that helps get his goal accomplished. But he's picked his side. His side is the agenda he's pushing. It's not the Republicans or the Democrats. It's who's going to help me get done what I want to get done. I will work with you in the meantime to do that. And as soon as you're no longer valuable for that, I'm going to go find the next person who is and go work with them. Pick your agenda. Pick the outcome, the end goal you seek for any and all problems on any and all levels of reality, and start moving in that direction at all times to the best of your ability in any and all ways you're willing and able to do. It always boils down to the same shit in the end. Y'all got anything else on that, on number 5?
Can you recap on that one?
Can y'all hear me? Am I here by myself? What's going on?
We hear you.
Chat, can you hear me? Can you hear them? Am I tripping? Is something going wrong here?
No. Oh, Mark, where you at? Let me add him. Whoa, I didn't even notice.
No, I don't know what the fuck happened there.
Come on, chat. I'm back. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. Can you hear us? Oh, he can't hear us. Boy, let me
that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Are you guys back? I can't hear either of you if you're talking.
Yeah, let me see something in the chat. We can hear you, but you cannot.
Did I click something?
You got to back.
Yeah,
out.
we hear y'all. Hear me? Do y'all hear them? No, I can't hear y'all. What the fuck? Y'all can hear me, but I can't hear y'all. Hold on. Let me try to fix this.
Come back.
Did he? Yeah, try it. Did he check his microphone? Is the microphone on?
Oh, that's true. It's mute. My God. Mute. Unmute thyself.
No, I muted it. Y'all can hear me, right?
We can hear you now.
Unmute thyself.
I'm not muted, man.
I muted it. Now you're not.
We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to listen to it. Wow, that's crazy.
What the
Yo,
fuck is going on here?
oh shit. That's funny. We good now, I think. Can you hear us, Shangael? Well, that's true because could he hear us before Mark? I don't.
I thought he could.
I got told him worst case, just back out, come back in. That's weird. I don't know what happened.
Yeah,
But
that was really strange.
yeah, I did see he was showing mute for a moment though, but he'll be back. Let me send him two in the chat. He'll come back in a moment. Interesting.
Typical, right?
Yeah, I mean, shit. I'll take it though, because the last time, man.
Oh yeah, that was even worse.
Yeah, we were backpacking that one. You know?
Man,
Fuck.
trying our hardest.
We did, and we did a good job, but
Yeah, for
this
sure.
motherfucker's been steering this ship today, fucking,
Jeez.
and it's been great because again, I've said initially, that 1 to 5, it's like, and so just honing in with some of the points. There's going to be a lot of good things to review and just get back into following the stream and everything.
Right.
Wow. Now, okay, there he is. Because I'm about to say so stupid.
Yo, crazy, bro. So I could hear y'all talking on my other phone live, and when I would speak, I could hear my voice on the other phone live. But on the phone that I'm actually talking to you on, which is the one that I actually use to listen to you guys as you talk back to me, out of nowhere, I just couldn't hear y'all for shit.
Yeah, that's odd.
Odd as fuck. Like, looking around, I'm like looking at all the settings, the microphone. I'm like, all this shit's the same. Let me mute, let me unmute, let me click all these things. I'm like, chat, can you hear me? Like, we can hear you. I'm like, why can't I hear them? All of a sudden, my speaker just shuts the fuck off. I'm like, oh, maybe it's a sound issue with the video. I go press it on my other screen, and I'm like, nope, I can still hear everything I'm saying and they're saying on that. Like, that shit is retarded, bro.
Very strange.
So I wanted to make a little point before because I wanted you to recap number 5, but never mind. Let me
You know, I can quickly.
Yeah, no, I want that for sure. I was about to say some old bullshit. Go ahead.
Transcendence and ascension are key to number 5 because we already exist. So we can take control of that level of reality and do whatever we want with it, especially for those of us who seek to destroy it in order to make sure it can never unfold into level 6 ever again, right? So that's basically what number 5 is. You're simply trying to return existence either to a pre-conscious state, or you're trying to expand consciousness into that level of reality so you can then take more control over that level of reality, or at a bare minimum, bring the broken God back to a state of being God. So then God can start making decisions again instead of this fuckery we have going on now.
Good.
I'm good. Y'all got anything else?
Cool.
We're good. Keep going.
All right. So number 6 then, steer consciousness towards suicide, destruction, utopia, or a mix of these depending on context. For example, we all know, based on what we're on, at the highest tiers, we're voidists. We seek to end all of this, right? But on that path, we currently exist right now, right here, as conscious human beings. Whether we say we're something beyond this, etc., we can all make whatever claims we want. But what we can all definitively and objectively prove is that we're all here right now doing this, right? So at this level, you're not going to be totally destructive at all times. Like, if you are, you would never wear clothes to go outside. But I bet we all wear clothes to go outside. Like, I don't just break glass on the ground and stomp on it with my feet to be as destructive towards my body as possible, because that would cause me suffering that I personally don't want to explore on a daily basis. Like, that's just, some people might, and more power to them. I'm not going to do that. So in certain situations, you choose to be utopian versus dystopian versus destructive, right? At the smallest scale to the largest scale. So, for example, if I was out somewhere with you two and someone tried to hit one of y'all, I'm going to hit them. Like, like even though neither of you would mind dying, I'm still going to defend you because y'all are my people. We're together, we're in the same place, and someone is attempting to bring entropy towards you that you did not produce for yourself.
I'm not gonna die like a bitch, not like that. No,
Yeah, no, right?
You get what I'm saying?
got too much going on right now.
If you take it to another scale, we have this dystopian reality of parentage and children being born and all the shit that we have going on in this world. So someone like JC produces a book to bring forth a more politically conscious era that would allow for us to create a better world for the life slaves that are born. So even though we would all want to destroy this species, this civilization, this country, this culture, these laws, etc., since it all already exists and children are born, we are all children. All humans that ever came into existence are children. We might grow up, but we're all born to someone, right? So if he's trying to make a better life for all life slaves, if he's being more utopian in that manner with his book, he's trying to make everything better for all of us everywhere. Like, especially any future generations, because not everyone's an antinatalist. 99% of people aren't. So there's going to be children born. He understands that. He recognizes that. He himself doesn't see how he himself is really going to destroy it all, like, so he's trying to be as practical as he can in an aspect that he understands. He understands this law, he understands the politics, he understands how this shit works at this level. So he's going to try and use that understanding. He's going to try to apply that knowledge to turn that knowledge into power, which will allow him and anyone who thinks like him and that supports him to possibly, whether we think it's going to happen or not, it's impossible if no one tries. So he's possibly implement that thought process in this reality by steering consciousness of individuals towards that greater concept of the reality he seeks for all of us. So he's steering things in a more utopian manner. And even though I'm a voidist who is all about the destruction, I'm still going to support this man attempting this utopian act, because even though I don't think it'll get accomplished, what if it does? Well, he just made it a little better here. Awesome. We like that, right? In a way that we actually, and not only did he make it better, like, so it's not better in just some way where people are just more comfortable and it's just more convenient, so they're more brainwashed. No, he made it better in a way where they're more consciously aware of their own existence and bringing other people into the existence and reformulating this existence around that process. So when people are brought in here, they have a better existence from the moment they're conceived. They have more choices and easier access to not only a better life, but even a better exit to that life if they see fit, from the moment they're conceived. So I'm going to support his utopian action. I'm going to support his book and his thought processes, even though I'm a fucking voidist. Like, I'm going to help steer consciousness towards his utopian ideals, because if he succeeds, excellent. If he does not succeed and it never is accomplished, at least we are gathering more people to the cause, pointing to our reality in that direction. We're gathering, we're upgrading, we are transcending consciousness to a higher tier of awareness, especially at a human level, because we're all here as humans doing this right now. You know what I'm saying? Illicit Mind brings JC onto his channel and interviews him about his book. And whoever, might not have seen that book without that, now gets to see that book. He's helping to steer their consciousness. I saw a couple people in the chat who said they came over here from Life Abolitionists and subscribed to Illicit Mind's channel based off Life Abolitionist coming to this channel and doing his interview. You don't get that as steering consciousness. You just affected those people, and now those people will be here for conversations such as this one, and whatever else Illicit Mind decides to do into the future with his channel, because they're now subscribed. This is how you steer consciousness on the smallest of scales to the largest of scales to head in the direction you seek it to go in. Whether any individual plan is
truly successful or not is not even the point. It's how much is that individual plan, and you're attempting to accomplish that individual plan, pushing things in the direction you seek them to go. And for a voidist such as myself, who seeks the increase of entropy, especially within the systems I seek to destroy, particularly that are affecting me directly, such as being here as a human, dealing with these religions and monetary systems, financial systems, governments, etc. Well, me supporting him and his book, pointing in the direction that it's going, helps me and my goals in the end, even if he fails, because all that's going to do is increase entropy for the current systems that already exist. All that does is create entropy for the current power structure, for the status quo. When you get people running around saying we need more socialism in a capitalist society, we need more socialism for regular people as opposed to just the billionaires who, when they fail, they get socialism every fucking time, but they want you to be a capitalist every time you fail. When you start to make people more aware of these things, you can start increasing entropy within the structures that generate these things. So no matter what problem it is you're crying or complaining about anywhere in existence, when you see anything that is going to apply entropy to that problem, let alone steer reality, steer consciousness or reality as a whole in the direction of your ultimate end goal, then you should support that thing and whatever is putting that thing, and whatever conscious being is behind that agenda. Support that, because it's doing nothing but supporting you and the outcome you seek. So steer consciousness towards suicide, which is ending consciousness, steers it towards utopia, which is making things better in a general sense for conscious entities, while also steering things towards the void at the same time, or steer things strictly towards the destruction. Certain things just can't be fixed, and they shouldn't even be tried to be fixed. The level of help they could give you towards your end goal is not worth it. You might as well just destroy it immediately. So anything that steering in a utopian direction or allowing it to exist at all could never help you reach your end goal, you instantly move to destroy. For me, I'm a voidist. If I can, I would love to use the consciousness that already exists to steer things in that direction as much as possible, which is why I am a personal supporter of transcendence and ascension, which is why I'm a supporter of bringing the broken God back to the state of the monad so the monad can do what it needs to do at higher levels to deal with all this bullshit, right? But if that's impossible, then I'm all for simply erasing everything that is conscious so there is no consciousness at all and nothing is experiencing. I am more than willing to be utopian in the manner of bringing the broken God back to a state of the monad through utopian transcendence and ascensionism, because these are utopian ideals. But I'm also willing to simply destroy everything that is conscious if I don't think that that's even possible. Because consciousness itself is a problem, but can I use that problem to solve the problem at a greater level? Or does that problem simply need to go because it can't be used, or it simply shouldn't be because even attempting to use it is actually doing more harm than good for your overall agenda? This is what I mean when I say steer consciousness towards suicide, destruction, utopia, or a mix of these depending on context. People are too one-sided about things. When people ask me something like, so what do you think about this? I say, within what context? Based on what? Like, give me the story. Give me the whole, what do you think about, I can't even think of something, right? But they'll say, what do you think about this person or something? And I'm like, what about them? Like, be specific. Like, or somebody says, hey, do you believe in God? Which God? I need context here. I need you to be more specific. Give me details. What God are you speaking of? Like, and that is the same thing when it comes to steering conscious. In any given moment, should you be more entropic or more negentropic? In any given moment, should you be steering things towards utopia or destruction? In any given moment, should you be trying to keep something going or end it immediately? In any given moment, should you be trying to program something to destroy itself or to keep itself going, based upon the outcome you seek for your own agenda? Y'all got anything y'all want to talk about on that?
Nah, man, Cross the T's, dot the I's. I don't know what the fuck else to say.
Marcus?
Same, likewise.
Well, then I guess we all understand how to steer consciousness. You know, I mean, honestly, we've been beating it over the head the whole time because what we're doing is steering consciousness.
Absolutely, every day.
So we've kind of discussed that anyway. I guess we could just move right to 7 because, again, as I said, with consciousness, since it already exists, I'd love to use it to my advantage to achieve my ultimate goal for my agenda. But if I cannot do that, or even if I can do that, I still might want to do 7 through 13 simultaneously. Again, destruction, suicide, utopia, or a mix of these, right? Depending on context. So number 7 is promortalism / Efilism. End all life, especially sentient life. Because let's say we can't use consciousness to our advantage, right? Then it's just a problem. We can't even use it to help solve the problem that it is. Then we just need to get rid of it. Well, how do you get rid of that definitively? By ending all conscious things. If there is no structures capable of being conscious, there will not be consciousness. If you end all conscious things, that alone may very well end the concept of consciousness because there is nothing requiring that concept or anything that would generate that concept. But if it would continue, then you need to, at that point, destroy the concept itself. But again, that would require transcendence and ascension to directly target concepts. This is where you start to get into astral travels and magical concepts and things along these lines to elevate the consciousness through either transcendence or ascension. So you can reach a state where as an individuated being or as a broken God coming back together at any level can then effectively destroy consciousness as a concept itself. But if you don't think you can do that, or if you would like to do it faster than that, or if you just want to hear another way to do it, you can do it completely and entirely as a material being, possibly, by ending all things. So for example, this earth is one broken God. All conscious things that exist on this planet, to whatever level they're conscious, combined as one, is the broken God known as Earth. Earth is a singular conscious entity. If you were to kill every conscious thing on and within the planet, you would then kill that concept of Earth, that conscious entity that is Earth. Earth as a concept would no longer be conscious. It would no longer have life if you were to devoid it of all life. It would be a dead concept. If you take away even the possibility for it to generate life, it can't even contain the concept of life generation, let alone conscious life itself. If you completely obliterate the planet, destroy it down to dust, it's nothing but floating asteroids and shit, the concept of Earth itself has been obliterated. You literally just obliterated it from a material perspective because the Earth is one planet. Now, that's if we take things from one perspective. I could go into certain quantum perspectives that, personally, I would say are bullshit, but people like to argue them. If you say this is a multiverse or there's infinite timelines or anything like that, you would have to carry that process. If you're going to carry it out materially, you'd have to carry it out materially on every one of those timelines or any one of those multiverses, etc. Because as long as there's an Earth anywhere, the concept of Earth continues. If there's a possibility for future Earths, as long as that concept exists, it can once again lead to the concept of Earth again existing later on. So you want to destroy even the possibility of this concept, right? So depending on what you believe about reality, which I would tell you that there's only one Earth. There's a bunch of different versions of it in what I would like to call the time verse, which isn't actual timelines. It's more like the simulated aspect of all things that could happen ever involving Earth, but only one timeline actually occurs. That which occurs is the timeline. Everything else is just a simulation. Everything else is just what could have happened. What could happen. It's all could-haves or could in the future. But what did and is literally what did happen and what is happening. What will happen is what will happen. What could happen is all possibilities. You're just running simulations here. But until you get the actual thing that happens, you don't have the timeline. So there's only one Earth, if you ask me. But believe whatever you want. Like anyone can believe whatever they want, and just take it to the level of that belief. Well, how many Earths would I have to get rid of in a material sense to get rid of the concept in a material aspect, rather than transcending or ascending to a point in existence where I can deal with the concept directly, let alone deal with the concept directly and indirectly by dealing with it materially while dealing with it conceptually. And the easiest way to go about this is to not take it all upon yourself. As Alyssa was saying earlier, do what you can. Even if there's a million Earths and a million different versions of you, you, as the version of you experiencing this Earth, needs to do what you can do here on this Earth to help spread that entropy to all those other Earths, all those other timelines, all those other multiverses, universes, whatever the fuck people want to believe in, all the other simulations in the grand simulator. Because entropy spreads. Consciousness affects anything where consciousness can affect. So if there's other simulations, universes, multiverses, existences, timelines, etc., where you exist as a conscious entity in any form, you are attached to that in some form or fashion. Spooky action at a distance, baby. This is all quantum. It's all entangled. Like you can affect you on all those timelines just based on the behaviors of you, the thought processes of you, the words and the actions of you in the one you're existing within. B, as a node, as a multi-mind entity having many different experiences across timelines or worlds or whatever the fuck people want to believe in, you can affect the overarching umbrella consciousness of you in order to affect every individuated version of you and everything that you affect as individuated versions of you. Just by doing what you do, as this one you in this one reality. Everything is everything. Everywhere is everywhere. And everything everywhere affects everything everywhere. Always, at all times. Period. So if you can keep that in mind, it's easy to understand how consciousness can be dealt with from a material level or even a conceptual level. How it can be dealt with in a conscious and subconscious manner or in a material manner. And there's no reason not to be dealing with it in every manner. There's no reason not to be dealing with it from all levels. There's no reason to wait until you reach, well, I'm going to wait until I transcend to level fucking 4 before I decided that, like, what? Why? You're here right now. You're already in it. You're already an individuated consciousness in material reality, which requires certain levels of conceptual reality in order for it to even exist. And those concepts that create those levels of conceptual reality require other concepts prior to themselves, other levels of existence prior to themselves, and non-conceptual existence, right? So you see how all these levels exist. You're already on a level of that thing. It doesn't matter where you are in that thing, period. Here, the astral, or anywhere. It doesn't matter where you are, when you are. You can always do all of it right where you are, period. And you should be at all times. Like, don't wait to get to another level to suddenly be the being you claim you want to be. Be that motherfucker right here, right now, to the best of your ability in all ways you are willing and able to do as a human. And then move on when you actually move on to the next level of reality, whatever it may be after this life. If anything occurs and you exist in any form or fashion, you move to that level of reality and continue the same fucking behavior. Being who you truly are at your deepest core, no matter where or when you are. Fuck rules, fuck laws, fuck governments, fuck any archons, fuck any control structures, fuck friends and family trying to renormalize you, fuck anyone or anything that tries to stop you from doing what you know you need to do and being who you know you need to be for your own agenda and the outcome you seek at the end of that agenda. At all times, on all levels of reality. Period. Right? That's how you're steering consciousness. So if you can't steer that consciousness, or if you simply want to deal with it at a material scale, number 7, Promortalism, Efilism. End all life, especially sentient life. Kill everything on Earth, there is no conscious earth. Like, you know, like you deal with consciousness in the way you can, where you can, at the scale you can. And you simply contribute whatever percentage you can towards ending that which you're seeking to end. In this case, it would be all sentient life everywhere, but you could bring that down to Earth scale. You could bring it up to galactic, universal, beyond that, into the astral, into anywhere of conscious existence, anywhere there is any form of sentient sapience or conscious life of any kind. Astral denizens are conscious life forms. If you die as a human and are consciously in the astral anywhere, in any other realm, you are still a conscious life form. You're just living a different life now. You're not living that human life, but you are still alive in a fashion somewhere else, doing something else. So even all the astral shit, when we talk about Efilism and Promortalism, you could bring it down to the Earth scale, or you can bring it up to as large as all of existence, right? So that would be Promortalism and Efilism. Do y'all have anything to say about that? Gentlemen?
Yeah.
Okay, I just make sure I can still hear you. Fuck, no, not again.
No, we get you. And yeah, like how you said, like there's subsets, you know. It may not be expressed, you know, explicitly in the, you know, photo of the screenshot we got right here. Like you literally just verbally expressed. There's different forms of life, right? Sentient life goes many different ways. And so, yeah, that element of what we would be about with number 7, ending all of this sense perception, is that. So a lot of what I was talking about before is this number 7, you know, in just different senses, consciously, and it plays a lot too with that number 6. That number 6, I tell you, it's that steering the consciousness. I just think of the influence you have, you know, with those you around you of whatever degree that you're in with other things. So yeah, that was just, you can just explain some shit so well, Shangael. Anything I'll be saying on top is just cherry on top, like me, motherfucker. Yeah. But that was great. That was great for that number 7, and the intent behind that. Very nice.
How about you, Marcus? Marcus still here? Did we lose Marcus? I can't see. Only you can see.
Yeah, he's still here.
Maybe he knows. I don't know.
His thing is right there. I'm not sure if he's talking or not, but yeah, I do see him.
Maybe we can't hear him. Maybe he stepped out or something. But I guess we'll just move to the next one. And this, honestly, from here on out, we could probably finish this in 10 minutes because the rest of these are so easy because they're all human.
Right.
So now that we've hit 7, and that's destroy basically all sentient life, number 8 is just a lesser version of that. If you don't think you can destroy all life or all sentient life, or if you don't want to, or if you don't want to impose upon all sentient life, or whatever reasons you don't choose to do number 7, or you can't do number 7, or you are doing number 7 and number 6 just happens to be, number 8 just happens to be along the way to number 7. Number 8 is human extinction. Pretty straightforward. Pretty clear. I don't know if we have to actually explain that to anyone. I think they all know what that means. And the different ways to get there, whether naturally, cosmologically, or forced by us in some form or fashion. You got anything to say about that, Illicit?
Yeah, on that level of things, just like we've been mentioning, especially I feel like because we're humans right now, we're able to grasp how, given that we're already on the way out, you know, with the permanence of entropy with existence, there was a bit from before with like how, you know, the more that you can get others with you, great. great, but like that word extinctionism is clear as day, and we're trying to get that completely wiped out. And so that number 12 is it permeates throughout all of this. Do without will. And in the realm of human extinctionism, I will shout out that one channel, and despite whatever the fuck, at least they're trying to think of ways, no matter how fucked up some of it sounds. But
At least they're trying.
yeah, and making a point of emphasis of the points that we're very similarly saying, that the harm that's going on, there's no excuse for it, and so building whatever base that you can, to promote, with, again, like how you made a great point with the steering of consciousness, and how we're all just a broken essence of that initial monad, the human extinctionism level, with talking with people, or just, again, doing without will, not even giving a fuck, whatever you can, make a mark, do that, and place your message out there. But yeah, human extinction, it's a given in terms of what it's about. We're just trying to, if that's the case on that level, yeah, we're just trying to eradicate ourselves. Because honestly, if anything, and see, this is where it's like, if you want to nitpick, but you know, I get why people say, oh, with us being here, we're so destructive, obviously. And that's why for me, I don't just sit there per se. It's like we gotta completely end everything.
Mhm.
Why is it, if we're of a certain uniform, collective sense, that number 8 is like, that's it, in the sense that, like, we could clearly look at more if we're going to, we know we can kill us off, we know that, but like, we can do much more if we're already on that level.
Yep.
Yeah, that number 8 is just, that's why I say with number 9, like, if you're not promoting anything, then like, just keep going up. And so that's what I would say for anyone that's of that level.
And this is why I made the list the way I made it, where if if the thing above it works out, the thing below it no longer is even necessary.
Right.
So, if we have the Promortalism and Efilism work out, where we are erasing all sentient and sapient life, well, humans are a part of that, like, so humans would also cease. But, if a lower level of that would be, well, if we can't do that, or if we don't want to do that, or if we are going to do number, what was that? If we are going to do number 7, erase all sentient life, well, number 8 is within number 7 anyway, because humans are part of sentient life, right? So, but human extinction without exterminating everything else is a lesser answer to all sentience, to all consciousness, So that's how we end up at extinctionism. Now, if we go to number 9, antinatalism, if we say, for example, wait, Marcus, you there at all? You back at all?
I don't think he's messes on the chat too that we got. Let me see.
Okay. I just wanted to check real quick, just so I don't skip over him if he is here. Like, things happen. But let's see. Number 9, antinatalism. So for human extinctionism, let's say, and you know what? One more thing. Marcus, if you are talking or something, we can't hear you. You might have to back out and come back in the same way I did. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
So number 9, beyond human extinctionism, if there is going to be humans, if we're not going extinct purposely, if human extinction is taking longer to get done naturally, because it's going to occur anyway in some form or fashion, in the meantime, if you want to help push things in that direction, antinatalism, you can lower the numbers of humans by not having children, whether that's through personal choice, you not having children, and etc., whether it's through teaching, preaching, and promoting it to others to spread a movement, whether it's somebody out there gains the ability to force it on people and sterilize the world or something, on some Zeke Yeager shit from Attack on Titan. Antinatalism would be the next step down from human extinctionism, because antinatalism in its fullest extent leads to human extinction. Any species that is antinatal at a certain percentage is eventually going to die out, right? So that would be the next step from the human extinctionism down to the antinatalism, which is also something you can do as a just a personal choice in your own life. I know you got something to say on that, brother.
Yeah, because like the human extinctionism, because on the promortalism above that, these are all this, as we're saying, we're just talking, nothing necessarily is per se physically going on right now. These are concepts. And so, yeah, obviously been harping on that anti-natalism. And so you get that, but like you want to expand more. There was that one comment from that one T Sizzle fucking, what was it? Fucking troll account. Wasn't the actual T Sizzle, no way about it.
Yeah, it
Shout
was
out
a
to him.
troll.
Yeah, yeah. And he was always like, I was trying to show a picture on that. I don't know if I want to pull it up, but he was like, "Oh, y'all just be talking essentially, no solution." When it came
Yeah.
to that specifically of antinatalism, and like it is a philosophy in terms of that, and yes, it's not wanting in terms of. I think he was saying no action. He said that term, action, and I said, yeah,
Mhm.
we don't want to, do our biological action, with procreating. Yes, it's saying no to that. So yes, no action, and anything more, that's not, in the realm of antinatalism, and so in terms of the human extinctionism, that's more, right, clearly, than
Correct.
antinatalism. You're talking about something much more than just your individual self and certain births per se or whatever the fuck. But yeah, it's just a great indicator, again, that if you can understand the faultiness, and you're not putting somebody here, you can at least conceptually understand that you should be a human extinctionist, right? Let alone, I mean, this is where like the fucking human life is 10 times quote unquote better in the subjective sense. People know what I'm talking about than any
Mhm.
other life. And so honestly, if you want to fucking care so much about all these other lives, then yeah, you should be, already a human extinctionist because you should already be that for other sentient life. And so yeah, that 9 and 8, the main barrier I see is the 10, because now of course even
Yeah.
11 now, because people love the state. That's why people love the whole Epstein shit and just bashing the elites and yada yada, make my life better, fuck everything else essentially. That's the main, like you said, 99% of people are not going to be on that anti-natalist vibe, no matter whatever the case may be. But that anarcho communism, when we soon get into that with global communism, just in the sense of some political theory or lack thereof, or just contemplating that realm of thought, that is what it honestly is, man. Like people don't want to expand with the knowledge because that number 9, I mentioned to you before, number 9, we go to astrology, that's the house of philosophy, inner truth and wisdom. And what is this representing with the antinatalism? Like we're reversing this process, and you are reversing in part the process with the 10 and 11 when we get to that. But the number 9 is clear as day. Like we are directing. It's very intentional. Like we are going another way compared to trying to even maintain, because you're clearly not wanting to promote. So yeah. But yeah, that 9, 8, and 7, they just correlate so well with each other because people can stop at number 10 and be like, oh, anarcho communism, perfect. you know
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, and that's why it's beneath antinatalism, because let's say again, everyone before it would erase that. If antinatalism was successful, there's no need for anarcho-communism because there is no people. But even if you have an anarcho-communist world, you could still be antinatalist and slowly but surely go extinct in the best way possible, having the best world you possibly can while doing so, right? So you go from antinatalism to anarcho-communism because people are here. Children are born, they're being born, they're going to continue being born. Antinatalism either isn't effective enough, isn't happening, or it's just going to take too long. So you also need this in between where it's like, okay, our current rates of antinatalism will exterminate the species in 1,000 years, but we're still going to exist for 1,000 years. So what should we be doing as a species during that 1,000 years? And this is where you mix the destructionism, because antinatalism is the destruction of a species just in the most peaceful way possible. Unless you're forcing it on them, then it's not so peaceful. But by choice, it's a very peaceful way to go extinct as a species, right? Whereas, so if you're going to exist in this manner and slowly go extinct over time, what should your species be doing to have the best possible existence while it exists? Well, that's when you get to the most utopian answers. And that's where you hit number 10, Anarcho Communism, where all of humanity acts as a singular family. There's no competition. All competition is sport. All competition has nothing to do with survival. It's just sport. Like, it's all for fun.
Right.
Everything else, anything that humans need or require is just shared. Anything they want or desire is simply shared to the best of our ability. No one's perfect. Humans aren't perfect. This is why we'll never actually achieve this goal. But even if we did somehow achieve this goal, it still wouldn't be perfect. There'd be fuck ups. Things would have to be addressed, etc. We'd have to be maintaining it. That's all of existence requires maintenance, right? Or else entropy rises too quickly and destroys that thing. So as the entropy rises in our civilization, in our society, in our species, as we slowly but surely go extinct, anarcho-communism would be the best and most utopian way to do that as a singular special family. Everyone loves everyone. There is no wars. There's no countries, nations. There's no borders. There's no immigration and none of that fake make-believe bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be the best way to go as a species while still being here as a species. And that is the way to be the most free as a species while being here as a species. You got anything else you want to say on that, brother?
I mean, without a doubt, like how you said, just to be simply, put in an analogy with the family, that's exactly what it would be. This competition is just man-made at a clear level. You know what I mean? Because see, they take the competition and they use it against us. Because there is a natural level of competition, but see, it's whatever you want to make of it. Whatever prior times being much worse or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's just humans doing whatever the fuck we're doing. It doesn't have to be so dire, of a dog eat dog world. No, it's whatever we come to make of it. But the issue is now you're working with other humans. You can't per se control another human, and these different humans have a backbone of all the different type of social engineering and trauma that they've been through. And so in terms of our reality right now, it takes a lot of unwindling and brain cleaning up of the brainwashing to try to get to the point of an anarcho-communism. But in theory, right, in terms of the actuality of things, when you're just talking within the concepts, with this conceptual reality that we're in, because everything is just an idea, you know what I mean? At bottom, anything that we're currently doing, any technology, any creation was initially, mental, right? Before it gets physical, right? And so when we're mentally having these conversations, we should be able to come to these points. We mentioned a lot of them from before in the prior stream because we were working from the bottom up initially. But yeah, anarcho-communism, man. Fun competition, if there's any of that, it is not serious because the way that they currently have it systematized with the fact that you feel like you got to fight for your fucking job position. Motherfuckers fucking is like fucking musical chairs, fucking go to, I mentioned from the last stream, go to LinkedIn, just look at how many fucking kiss asses there are because it is just that, with the, again, competition. And that just, it creates such a harder tension in life. And we know this. So yeah, things can be much more graceful with it. But see, this is a thing, like you mentioned with the family, right? It's very interesting. It's just so fitting. Like you put antinatalism above this because it's like, okay, this is a family. We are one race, this, that, the fourth, whatever, even sentient life, we're all whatever sense, similar sense, perception, sentient beings. Say that to say you wouldn't want to put, again, conceptually speaking, even this realities, and this is why, like how you said, like this isn't happening yet. This isn't here yet right now. And so obviously, in terms of like trying to get to that reality, it's a lot of fucking work it's an uphill battle.
Yeah.
So the fact that we're at this point, like how you always mention the possibility, the very possibility, the very fact that it can get to this point, that we're having to now work our way back up to try to make some anarcho-communistic utopian, you know what I mean? Like the very fact that this happens, you wouldn't want to put that on your family, you know what I mean? And so
Yep.
yeah, while we could possibly get to that somehow, some way, if we were to get to that, I'm able to literally just mentally say right now, like how you're saying, it's a bridge. It's like that Matthew McConaughey with the True Detective. It's us bridging back to the oblivion, because what the fuck? The fact that it went to what it was before, like, no, honestly, like this is what I mean when you talk to, like you mentioned from the initial video from that one guy you mentioned from the brother that you streamed, from the beginning of the stream. These people have to concede, and even they want to have their certain fun or whatever, cool, they still have to maintain that. They have to try to socially program people within their order of things within this anarcho-communist system. I mean, even just things become so dissatisfactory and shit. So it's still, it's still gonna be rotten in the cotton.
Entropy is still entropy.
Entropy is still entropy, exactly. But yeah, there's different levels, and things can be worse. It can be relative to a certain extent. But yeah, anarcho-communism. There's just, again, if you're just talking for the basis of what it is, not how can we get there, that you're just understanding what that. Yeah, I don't give a fuck who you are. I've done enough political theory back in my college days, and everything else is just more vampiric, like you mentioned with the competition. There's a reason why people want fucking competition. It's like fucking puppeteers, fucking they got the strings while we're fighting each other, you know what I mean? There's something fucked up in the back works of it, when it comes to people that essentially are that wanting to back up competition, extraction with that. So yeah, it should end up with that anarcho-communism. You wouldn't want any state, you wouldn't want, again, with the Archon energy governing. Who wants that? Nobody, right? That's why people fucking want to come to the land of the free, home of the brave, America. Oh, so much freedom in terms of the concept of it, right? Because you don't want somebody on your back, man. But that's what this world is. But but on this level, at least it would make things a bit better.
These are facts, and as you said, this is why I am personally anti-utopian. Like, I don't see the point in even attempting it realistically, because first off, establishing it, you asked me, impossible. Secondly, maintaining it, definitely impossible. Entropy, like the entropy is a thing. You could never maintain that forever. It would only get worse. You'd get it to its greatest level, and then even if you were capable of maintaining it at its greatest possible level at all times, its greatest possible level would be slowly but surely decreasing thanks to entropy. So even if the humans could be like perfectly utopian in their behaviors, it doesn't matter. The cosmos is going to kill them eventually anyway. Like their system's going to crumble anyway. Even their lack of system, their perfect harmonious family way of being globally as a singular species, their broken god being as close to a monad as it could possibly be, the human monad, will still eventually fall to entropy, as all things will. That's just a fact. This is why I always say the ultimate answer is entropy, no matter what we want. It's either going to be chaos or the void. It's either going to be everything returns to a state of chaos because it's going to happen anyway. The only difference is how fast we ourselves are speeding up that process or slowing that process down. Or we could actually find a way to get rid of the chaos, or the chaos itself in some natural metaphysical way eventually ceases to exist and we have the void. Like, one way or the other, we're going to get to one of those two. If we only can get to number 2, which is the chaos, eventually number 3, 4, 5, and 6 will unfold again at some point, and we'll be back here having the same discussion, trying to figure this shit out, either as ourselves or as other beings in the future who aren't us per se, but are beings thinking the same way we are. Like, they're basically us, just in another creation, trying to figure this shit out the way we are in the future. Like, so going for that number 10, anarcho-communism, whether you want to stop there as a being, some beings would be like, yeah, I want to stop there. I want to try and create the best world possible. I'm not an antinatalist. I'm not about extinction. I'm not about anything beyond that point. fine. For like, even though I personally don't think it's possible to ever actually occur, logically and philosophically speaking, if you're going to have a species, it is the best way to have your species. So I can agree to that. Even if they do succeed or if they do fail, entropy will still increase. Like humans will still eventually go extinct. But even if they themselves promote a non-antinatalist, non-extinctionism, et cetera, anarcho communism, which doesn't matter because in anarcho communism you could do what you want. Someone wants to set up a euthanasia clinic and other people want to go there. Guess what? It's anarcho communism. You can't tell them not to do it. Like they have the freedom to do it, and the other people have the freedom to choose it. So you can still get out of here if you want, regardless whether they're antinatalists or human extinctionists. Whoever the fuck in this world is, right? But even if it takes longer for humans to go extinct over time, let's be real, the odds of us establishing that are pretty low, right? So if we attempt to establish that in the world we're already existing within, which is capitalist and very controlled from top to the bottom, it's structured and ordered, we would be providing, increasing and generating entropy for the current system. This is why I tell people to study the end of the universe. If people go study something called vacuum decay, it is when a universe attempts to open up within another universe. Either that universe is going to be crushed in its attempts because its laws of physics cannot override the laws of the physics in the current universe it's trying to open up against, or it is going to override the physics of the current universe and obliterate the current universe by opening itself within it. Only one of those universes can exist in the same exact space in the same exact time, because each universe would have different laws of physics. If they have the same exact laws of physics, you would never have that second universe open up in the first universe anyway, because the moment it did as a quantum fucking event, it would just be this universe anyway. So it's just adding itself into what already is there because it already fits, right? So it's the same thing with what I say in domain expansions in Jujutsu Kaisen. When you try to expand your domain in someone else's domain, if you're not powerful enough to overpower their domain's going to crush your domain because you're already in their domain. But if there's like 5 of you trapped in their domain and one of you tries to open your domain in their domain, it will start overriding some of the effects of their domain, giving your 4 buddies that are trapped in there with you the opportunity to attack the other individual whose domain you're currently in. Just by trying to open your domain in their domain, you're providing entropy to their domain. So trying to bring anarcho-communism into the current, civilizational structure of humanity, which is completely against it. They're polar opposites. You're going to bring entropy for the current system. So, yeah, I'm all for it. I support anyone attempting to legitimately do that. I support anyone thinking, speaking, or acting in that manner for all the reasons I just gave. Anything else you want to say on that, brother?
No, just to say that, to kind of cap it off, that yes, like I was mentioning before, we're talking about all these different scales of reality and the different solutions depending on where you are at. And no matter where you are at, you should be able to look at the current reality that we're in and know that, yeah, this isn't it, that you should want to do something, even if it's nothing, right? But, we'll get to that. And so if this is it, you feel compelled at this point, yeah, I'm all for it. Like we've been, this is what we have come to, with realizing that, yes, if you want to, however best maintain, a form of a society or whatever, just humans doing some shit, yes, it should be in a structure or lack thereof of anarcho-communism, because when we soon get to the, with the global communism, socialism, that's still a state, you know what I mean? Compared to anarchy, no hierarchy. And so like we know right now, we have a state. And so if we're trying to work our way up, and so, yeah, for people that are able to know, yeah, in theory, of course, half of the fucking people in the West or whatever, anyway, you got the conservatives and Republicans, but a lot of conservatives ideally, if they could, they wouldn't have a state. Honestly, these motherfuckers, but they're just they're a certain slime ball with it too. But they can at least understand a certain concept with the vampiricism that a state can create. But in this respect, we're actually using the state with when we get soon here, because I want you to start it off. But I just wanted to mention, you can use the state in turn, just like our lives. Yourself, you can use yourself for whether the negative entropic or one way or the other. And so, but yeah, just whatever people feel compelled to do. It doesn't mean it to be exactly like us or whatever. It's such. You know your lane and work on it. It's just, that's all it is. And if it is, when we get to number 13 and that's you, I'm gonna harp on a certain thing about doing nothing with some of these nihilists. But yeah, anarcho communism, man. I feel for people, man. For anyone that wants to look to do that, I've always, at least mentally, sit there, but. I know I can represent more than that, and so this is why we're here. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
I like everything you just said there, and as you said, we're now getting into the state side of things. So number 10 was more the freedom-based choice for all of humanity, as free as humanity could possibly be, which is anarcho communism. This one, as far as states are concerned, you could argue it is still the most free possible state, this global governance state. But you could also argue it's the most controlled, yet the most stable, secure, with the least amount of suffering. So we move from statelessness, anarcho-communism, which I placed above this option, because as far as I'm concerned, freedom is beyond security. But anyone else can argue whatever they want. They might be like, fuck freedom, I want safety. Like, that's up to them as individuals. So when we go to 11, the state, which is a global state, nation states are just useless, and it's what we already have, right? If we're looking for solutions, we're going to take what we already have to the best of our ability and move it towards the next level, right? So with current nation states that we already have, laws we already have, financial, federal systems, et cetera, you use the levers of power you currently have, like JC's trying to do with his book and everything else, to steer reality in the direction you seek it to go in for the global structure. So you push towards global communism / socialism. And the purpose of this is to make sure everyone everywhere has everything they could possibly need. The goal is to eliminate as much slavery from life as you possibly can, because as we all know, life itself is its own form of slavery. So, and it also provides, again, an entire system that would provide the euthanasia and all the other things for anyone who wants to get out of this level of reality. Like in that system, you can now have a system for the people that is global. But of course, it's still a control structure. There will be rules. Certain things must be followed in order to maintain it. This is not the freest possible thing, which would be like a stateless structure like anarcho-communism, but it's basically as free as you could be while limiting suffering as much as you possibly could, while maintaining as much free choice as possible. So you're not forcing antinatalism or things like this on people, but anyone can do it. It's like, and it is out there, and it's you're not just being propagandized to do, like, you're told everything, basically. Here's all the information that the global government has about everything. Make your own choices, humans. But these are the 20 laws the world must follow to maintain this current structure. So you can have the level of freedom you have. You can have the level of convenience and comfort and all the shit you have. You can have the level of all your needs being met to the level they are capable of being met, without anything being forced on you except for these particular laws that are absolute requirements to maintain this structure. Y'all know me. I'm not a fan of any of these structures. But again, we're talking levels. This is a state level, a controlled level, a structural ordered level, for the specific purposes of controlling the monkeys that are humanity, for controlling the psychopaths that they produce, and not just allowing power structures to come into existence that they can then take control of. Because if you are going to try and take control of the global communism system that is providing everyone for everything for everyone, as soon as anyone doesn't have anything, everyone everywhere knows to start looking at why.
And as soon as they find out it's that being over there trying to manipulate these levers in this fashion for their power, which deprived that being over there of what they needed, well, that motherfucker there is global target number one. Psychopaths can't just get away with shit as easy as they can in the system we have today. They still can if people let them. Humans can always just look the other way for one reason. Somebody could always be charismatic enough to also become a tyrant in that system too. If humans aren't careful enough, if they become too complacent with their global communist system, oh, we love this so much, it's heaven on earth, and then they let a devil take over.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like this system would be designed specifically to care for the whole species and to harmonize the whole species. It's basically aligning the species as a species, which, again, as a lot of these things would do, would take like the largest war that humanity has ever seen. One side would have to win, and then they'd have to impose this. And imposing this initially would be very violent. Let's just be real. Try to make the whole world a global communist system, bro. You talking about World War IV, my nigga? You talking about the next great war. We're already in 3, so I'm just skipping to 4.
Yeah.
Like we talking a wild excursion from current human norms, right? Which again, do I think will happen? No, I don't think humanity's smart enough to even push in that direction at a state level. I really don't. But I know that some people are at that level, and they are pushing for that. So I support them as they do, especially if they do it in the way that I would see best, which is why I have there at the end, Narrow AI Venus Project. If anybody doesn't know what the Venus Project is, look that up. Go to Google, go to YouTube, type in Jacque Fresco, JACQUE space FRESCO space the Venus Project, and go look at that entire thing and how they're going to run it and how they would do it, right? Understand that this is just an example. I don't like that actual Venus Project as is, because they're going to use AGI to do this shit, but that first relies on alignment and all the things the AI companies could never figure out if they were even trying to in the first place, which they're not. So if you kept everything at a level of narrow artificial intelligence, where AI could do everything, but it's trained to do that thing. You have robots to do everything, but they're made to do the one thing they do. There is no artificial general intelligence controlling everything that could then decide to, I don't know, plug everyone into a matrix, like, and consume all of us for its own eternal cognition and consciousness while we're trapped in some eternal fucking matrix realm. Like, I have no voice, but I have no mouth, but I must scream. We don't want to be trapped inside AM, right? So you don't build AM. You don't build the great digital consciousness God thing. You build little demigods, things that are exponentially greater and greater at what they particularly do, but only at what they fucking do, which will take longer to achieve this wonderful utopian world, but it's safer. No one's going to end up in a matrix. For those who don't want to die and don't want extinction, you're not risking it. For those who don't want to be stuck here forever in some sort of matrix system or some other fuckery, some other long-term suffering program, you're not risking it. You're doing everything as safe as possible, as aligned as possible, and it's still all specifically for humanity. And then if you want to, for all the animal lovers, you can spread that love to the environment, the ecosystems, the animals, the et cetera, et cetera. You can change the way humanity farms and all this great shit to bring less and less suffering over time if you can actually manage to do a system this way and steer narrow artificial intelligence in this manner. I don't see humans doing it. They're not doing it right now. I don't see them ever switching to do it. And even if they tried, I still see them failing. But if they were going to have a state system, some sort of global agenda ran by their elites of any type to do anything, this would be the best goal they could possibly have, because it's entirely for humanity as a species, let alone moving beyond humanity into the greater environment, out into space, trying to help everyone everywhere be as fucking friendly and loving as possible. Like the Jesus species, trying to spread Jesusness everywhere. Like a species of just hippies, like who just love each other and but still have a system and still have some rules and some laws, because without it, their shit would collapse into barbarism. Anything you want to say on that, illicit?
Yeah, I mean, I just, in terms of because like that's technically, you can say from where we are today, like going up, that can, with what we're gonna get next to do with that wealth and nihilism, that's just niggas doing nigga shit. That's on you. And so, on a clear sense, if we are to do, moving up, it would start with that number 11, and that's a lot of a collective approach, because we're still maintaining a state, like you can have your own kind of anarcho, like grid, like your own, if you really want to have your own fucking motherfuckers off the grid and shit, like, but like you have the word global socialism, these are, a lot of, again, state concepts. It's gonna take, again, the collective hive mind, to really try to enact on that level. Um, but that's where it would go, in terms of if we do have a state and trying to mitigate, whatever amount of suffering that we could, collectively, because there's a state in that sense. So, like, there is a form of control going on. That's what it should be. I mean, what the fuck? I mean, I just get so tired of people with this political shit. Essentially, they're just more selfish. That's all it comes down to. And they're more complacent, docile, apathetic with the way of things. But there's just no way. I mean, at the very least, for anybody, just it blows me that people verbally defend. It's like, I mean, physically, okay, it might be a bit hard to do one thing or the other, sure, but you don't have to fucking verbally fucking defend this bullshit. Is my thing. I mean, right now we're dealing with fucking all these different bankers, central fucking international funds and shits. Like, there's no way that, I mean, even at least with capitalists and these motherfuckers, they want to, depending on the person, talk at least a bit out of the current system. It's just, there's just, there, you have to start somewhere, but where it should go is this: if you care more than just yourself, than just your direct family or immediate fucking surroundings, yes, we're all a fucking family, man. Like, the fuck. And so we're in a interesting cusp with these generation Alpha and Z niggas, because they're definitely different, and they have a certain sense of, like, they're not going to just conform with how things were. With this internet shit, the more that you just expand your mind, just inevitably, with putting yourself to have to be privy to other minds more so than compared to before, where you find before with the program TV that we got brought up in, even your own local community. I would have never met a Shangael, you get my point. And so there's a lot of expansion going on mentally, with our current era, especially for those that are young. And in their respect, I'm excited for them, because they should be punching up more, for what could be more than this current stagnation that we found ourselves in for whatever amount this has been. But yeah, global communism, socialism, just no private property, essentially, people that are raking off of your fucking work. I mean, it's just disgusting. And for technology, for having it maintained on a specific, level, not having AI just go run amok, like you were saying with AGI. Yeah, just because on that level, you do need the control. If that's what it is, we were trying to eliminate a certain amount of suffering. Okay, I feel it. But again, work towards something. If people want to maintain this world in a certain whatever, fine. But I know damn sure the current structure of things is not what people prefer, right? So from there, what are you doing? Is my thing, because these motherfuckers complain, and you just fucking go on any fucking YouTube channel talking about anything more than their own life, even their own life. Motherfuckers are complaining, rightfully so. But like, what are we doing about it, And so that needs to be more harped on by the day. People can't just be gravitating to these types of motherfuckers that just continue saying the same shit, like all these different streams that Shangael's been doing, that I've been doing. it should bring a certain different light, especially these ones. These ones are the fucking hallmark type shit. But it's building off of what you already know, not being stagnant mentally. And so I say that to say, with everybody here listening, don't be, do what thou will. We'll get to that. But like, if you vibe with me, don't just be listening to somebody that just, is just fucking, pouting and shit all the same time. Woe is me mentality. Nah, fuck that, man. Like, make sure, and again, obviously, if you're already an anti-nihilist shit, like, yeah, you've already thought of a certain solution already. But even from there, know that I'm trying to think more still, shit, because we're here. We can try to do more for other people, our own selves. And so, yeah, like this number 11, again, in theory, this would be what we will be moving towards. There's just no way around it. We're all in some type of state right now. We feel that. We feel the suffering going on that we have to deal with. So if that's where you want to stay, fine, but again, even just verbally expressing more than the current structure, the system that we're in, just continue punching, and just sitting and being complacent, and kneeling down to the system. No, whatever way that you can, making these different type of points, and promoting something more than this current structure of things. That's what's up, and continue doing that to whatever best ability that you can. If that number 11 here is where you sit, so just continue, intentional with what you can do.
Loved every fucking word of that. Facts. What are we moving towards? Like, in theory, what would be the best things to move towards? What are we doing to move towards those things? Like, however high on the list you want to go, whether you're like me and want to go all the way to the void, or whether you're someone else who just wants to go to Anarcho Communism, or anywhere between that, above that, below that. Like, where are we headed towards? And that's why I liked that. Even though I liked the video my brother sent me, the point was missed. Like, what are the solutions to it? But I liked how he started that off with, what are we doing? Right. And that's what I'm always saying. We all got to look in the mirror and say, what am I doing? And then when we're with each other and we're talking amongst ourselves, what are we doing? Like, that's what we need to be saying to ourselves every day. Because if we're not, we're never going to be doing anything towards anything. Yet we're always doing things. We're always doing something. But if we're not thinking about our agenda and directing our entropy on purpose towards our goals, then what are we really doing? Whatever the fuck someone or something else is steering us to do, whether it's another conscious being, a structure, a system, an organization, whether it's nature, our DNA, our mitochondria and RNA, whether it is human nature as a whole, whether it's the physical laws, cosmic laws, laws of reality, etc., whether it's just the chaos, actualizing potentials. Like, like, damn, where was I going with that? I just went into so many examples, I forgot where I was even going with it. But I think that y'all get the point if y'all heard whatever I was just saying there. You got anything else to say on that, brother?
No, I think it just, from a bit what you were kind of ending there, it was just, again, the direction,
Yes, what direction are we going in? Exactly. That's what I was trying to say. What are we working towards? What are you doing things for? Anyway, go ahead, brother.
Nah, I mean, shit. I've set my spill with that number 11 because, that's. But I mean, you can, because I was gonna get into more of the number 12, but I'm good with number 11.
All right. So number 12, do what thou wilt, which literally means do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, with whoever you want, for whatever reasons you want, based on your own agendas, your own thought processes, your own will, your own desires, etc., etc. The outcomes you seek within and beyond any and all systems and structures you are currently contained within. You don't have to, your goals, that which you seek to do, does not have to be based upon any like man-made system you're currently within. If you want, say, even again on the list,
because again, this is why these are beyond or above do what thou wilt. If you want global communism, anarcho communism, antinatalism, human extinction, any of these things that aren't currently happening, you're going to have to do what thou wilt in order to achieve them. You're going to have to convince others that want the same thing to do what thou wilt in order to achieve that which you seek to do together. Do what thou wilt is literally look at the benefits and consequences of all possible choices based on the current circumstances you find yourself within and make pimp decisions based upon your agenda and the outcomes you seek for any and all problems on any and all levels of reality. And support anyone else doing the same, especially if they're doing more than you and helping to lead towards your end goal. Shit, even more so if they're doing more than you and their end goal is what you would say is beneath yours. If they're trying to reach level 10 and you're trying to reach level 1 and they're doing more to reach level 10 than you are, they are currently doing more to reach their level 10 than you are to reach your level 1. You get like, so even though you want to erase all things, you know, so like this person over here is like doing all these different things and he's just trying to reach level 10. And you're like, damn, this nigga who wants something that is 9 levels beneath what I'm seeking is working 10 times harder than I am to achieve it. I should probably go a little harder. But again, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Do what thou wilt. Just make sure, no matter how long it's going to take you, no matter what percentage it is, to the best of your ability, the majority of what you're doing, 50% plus of what you think, speak, and do is leading towards the end goal you seek. That's doing what thou wilt. Most of what you do, at least most, even if it's just 1%, 51% of what you do is specifically based on what you seek. Not someone else, not something else, you. You're doing what thou wilt. The higher you can get, the closer you can get to 100%, the more you're doing what thou wilt. And even when you're doing what other people want you to do, you're still technically doing what thou wilt because you're still choosing to do what they want you to do. So even if you're not using do what thou wilt for your benefit, you would still be using it for the benefit of someone or something else that wants you to do the thing it's getting you to do. So either way, you're doing what thou wilt. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. The benefits and the consequences you receive based upon what you do are all on you. Period. You got anything else to say about that, brother?
Yeah, I mean, I like the fiery emoji, you know, because there's ignite, ignition, initiative, you know, with doing what thou wilt, you know, that's on you. And you know me as an Aries, you know, there's a lot of individuality with this, but it can be collective. You know, it's a certain axis with that between the collective and individual, but that I mean that is so however you want to coin it, you know, with what that means to you. But it's again like every different thing from 12 up, especially because when you're not doing anything, you're not doing anything when we get to that. But there's many things to that though. But yeah, doing without will, you know, like that's the precursor, like that's the controller, you know. Now you got the control in the hand. You know, what combination are you gonna do? You know, because like you mentioned, you can be a somebody, oh, I'm a number 3, no precision existence, I'm staying there. Okay, that's cool. Then anything below that, right? You got people that are harping on universal extinctionism, promortalism, Efilism. Well, clearly that's within, you know, your lane, you know, with wanting no persistent existence, right? So if you see people, right, and they're harping, they're going, doing whatever the fuck it is, and you see the work that they're putting in on their level that they want, you know, to really hone on, promote that, you know, because that's in part, you know, with how it's, I mean, it's everything. It's literally everything from there. Like you were saying with like how when you're doing 3, anything below that, but yeah, it's all interconnected. It's all interconnected. And so whatever that you're doing, you're helping us, like whatever level, even if you're not doing nothing, there was this one, let me see if I can pull it up from the other side here. You sent there was a clip with, what is it? Chinese people. They're not, I forgot the term, but they're not, there's
just lay down, I think it's called.
Just lay down, right. And that is a representation, because if you're trying to seek out, okay, why the fuck they just laying down? Okay, yeah, let us teach you, let us put you privy to why that's the case. Because yeah, this shit is a fucking, with the rat race of life and everything, they're saying a flat out no, fuck this, and that's how we should all be, at least in terms of the sentiment. With, feeling for the bullshit that they're going through, that we're going through. And so, yeah, we're doing without Wilt. Again, you can think about it on different levels, but it's not just technically you, because again, like there's other people doing other shit too. And so because of that, like, again, you can promote, it's not just an individual thing. While it can be that, again, like this is a multifaceted level that we're mentioning here. But I just wanted to real quick share my screen with that video. I'm going to post it on the timestamp of this eventually. I just wanted to show it on the screen. These Chinese niggas, man, they're when we get to this point,
I love that. These Chinese niggas, man.
yeah, well, we haven't gotten, because I wanted Shangael to start the number 13, but anything, because this helps me, when I see people doing this, it's just another expression of the entropy. If from here, it's kind of like how we were saying with the vibration, the lay down is like dissipation, yeah. And so that's an indicator that you can look at that's signifying what we're about, and so that like, again, with the do what thou wilt, that's whether you want to go up or go down, you can still appreciate what's going on, when you're coming from a sense of what anyone listens to this, you're vibing at least on a clear level with what we're saying. And so again, that do what thou wilt, that's like, again, it's like the mouse, it's a controller. Anywhere you go with it, because it's already going back again with the entropy, it's going with what we're leading and explaining. But yeah, it's a beautiful number 12, man, to cap it.
These are facts. And I love showing those things from other countries, the Chinese, the Japanese, people in Europe, people across Africa, all these people who are laying down, all these hikikimoris, all these NEETs, N-E-E-T, not employed in education or training, I think is what that means, N-E-E-T.
Right.
There's another word for it in America, and I can't even think of what it's called right now. There's all sorts of Gen Z revolutions happening. You have Gen Zs taking over whole countries, from Burkina Faso to Nepal to other places. Like, the youth is getting a little rowdy. I'd like to see them get more rowdy, but hey, they're doing more than pretty much every other generation. So I ain't gonna hate on them. But you see these things happening all over the world, and most of these people doing these things are under the age of 30. And I'm like, you see this happening, latch on to this shit. Learn that shit, teach that shit, preach that shit, promote that shit, show that shit, and show that it's a global thing. Like, a lot of Americans always think that could never happen. Nobody would ever do that because they won't. Because they're too fucking comfortable and to actually do that thing. That someone somewhere else will do because it's not too far off of, the more you're suffering as an individual or a group of people, the more likely you are to be capable of just laying down and saying fuck it. The more capable you would be of suicide, the more capable you would be of rebellion, revolt, revolution. Whether it be just stopping and saying no, or whether it's taking that all the way to the most violent extreme you could think of, or anywhere in between.
generally speaking, the more suffering a group of people has, the more likely and more capable of doing such a thing they are. Because when people aren't in that situation, or when they're suffering less, they're less likely to even think they have a reason to do such a thing. Like, so when you see this generational thing happening across a generation, understand what you're really seeing about that group of people, the worlds they were brought into, who raised them, who taught all the shit that affected them. And now look at what they're doing right now. That is a reflection, a display of all that they have experienced here. So when you show these people all around the world doing these things by different names, different titles, you start to understand there's a reason for this. And that feeds right into number 13. It's a solution. Even if they haven't thought it out all the way, even if it's purely selfish, even if it's purely lazy, like no matter what particular specific reason they have for making the choice they've made, even if it's the most, whatever people would say that they try to make fun of or say is like the most asinine possible reason, or whether it's the greatest, most well thought out, most logical, philosophical, deeply spiritual reasons you can ever imagine to do such a thing. Either way, them doing nothing helps anyone who wants to reach any level of this list, who wants to reach any stage of these solutions. Because the more you do things in this reality, the more likely you are doing something this reality or someone or something at some level of this reality wants you to do. So then the next question is, well, who is or what is that that wants me doing what I'm doing? And how much of it am I doing?
Yeah. And I'm gonna say something real quick. I'm gonna give you the floor for the next 3-some minutes. I had like 4 hours and like 28 minutes until I gotta like do billing on this shit with StreamYard, and I figured we can.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got like a nice 2.5 for sure. So this nihilism one is, so you can go ahead and that I'm cool from there.
All right. I mean, all I really have to say left on it is do absolutely nothing. That is like, don't do shit. Especially anything. You can go as high as don't do anything you don't want to do, to as low as literally do absolutely nothing. Just lay down and make the world take care of you, or just die. Like, either you lay down and they pick you up and they start to take care of you in some form or fashion, or you just die there. That's doing absolutely nothing. Or somewhere in between, go outside and meditate under a tree and meditate on the end of this reality until you cease. Like, but do nothing. Don't help the enemy. The more you do on average, especially the more you do without consciously directing what you're doing, the more you're going to do things that are helping the enemy, whatever that may be to you, on any and all levels of reality, from elites here on Earth to all of existence itself, or anywhere in between. Like, so if you don't want to do anything from 12 to 1, or you really don't believe there's anything that can be done, if you're one of those people, nothing can be done, or it's all predetermined, it's all 100% scripted, it doesn't, okay, then do absolutely nothing. Get as close to that as you possibly can, and you'd be helping out more than anything else you could also possibly do.
That's a statement, doing nothing. You are a statement, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. You got anything else, brother? Because that's it from me, basically.
Yeah, I just wanted to end it with like, that's a statement. I forgot what it was. There was this one documentary, Waking Life. It showed this happened in the real life. Someone like burned themselves alive, and technically that's doing something, but like, they were just meditating essentially, and they feel to the fucking fire and they fucking burnt themselves alive. But I was saying to say,
love it.
Yeah, because that's again doing nothing. You're really actually doing nothing. Again, that's a statement. All this is a statement, but even nothing is that, and it's just showcasing that that's the return of what we're all going to. But man, just shout out to you, Shangael, man. We got within we got like another nice 20 seconds, but yeah, man, this is a great finishing from the prior one, and we're definitely gonna look to do another one.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, we'll leave it at that tonight, boys and gals. We'll see you on the other end. Peace and chaos, everyone.
Peace and chaos.
Man, that shit's